the cycleways have added to that is comparatively small, but I know it all does add up. Are there any questions from, yes, Councillor Chung?
Great, thanks very much, Paul. Now, you were saying that you don't go down onto the Hutt Road very much to come into the city. So when you come down South Street, how do you actually get in? Do you ride into the city?
No, sorry, that's not quite what I'm saying. Well, I actually just tend to walk to work now because it's too close to bother with getting on a cycle. I can get into work in 20 minutes just walking, or I take the bus. I do use the Hutt Road cycleway, but generally if I want to go for a cycle on the weekend with my kids, we can drop down South Street and we're on the cycleway within 500 metres. The point being, though, I'll go the other direction to Macra Peak, and that's myself as an adult, and I'm perfectly fine on the road. I don't feel like a cycleway is going to benefit me much at all, and I don't go that way with my kids because it's just too onerous to take a 7-year-old through the hilly streets of Wadestown.
Okay, great. Thanks. One more question?
Yes, but there's also one from Councillor Calvert.
I'll go second if you like.
Okay, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, just about with South Street, and in terms of the feedback on the consultation, have you had any response re the car parking on South Street? Because the reason I ask is because I know this has been ongoing for a few years now.
So there was some changes and they have been beneficial. They put yellow lines in the narrowest parts of the street, and there was some widening done where a kind of bank caved in, and so that's been useful, and it's been good. But I think the coupon parking will be an extra step forward because it does, it's still relatively congested, and for those with, I personally have off-street parking, but for those without off-street parking, it can be quite difficult to find a park near their house.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung, your second question.
Great, thanks again. Sorry, my next question is that the reason why we're putting in cycle lanes is to improve safety. So because you're a cyclist, do you feel that having the cycle lanes make you feel safer, or do you actually feel safer on the road, or what is the difference?
It's dependent, right? Because I've cycled in other cities, and I think the gold standard in Wellington would probably be the Hutt River Trail. It's separated, it's fast, I can enjoy my cycle, because often when I go for a cycle, it's because I want to enjoy the ride. Sometimes you're on a cycleway where there's driveways, there's people are not used to turning across a driveway and looking behind them for a cyclist. They're used to looking at cars coming this way, and you can actually feel, or alternatively, you might have cars that are parallel parked between you and the cycleway, and the normal human instinct with a 4-year-old is to stand between the traffic and the 4-year-old and shepherd them towards the footpath. And so you get pedestrians walking across your cycleway, and at times you can actually feel in more danger on a cycleway than on the road, particularly if you're a confident cyclist. I do understand there's different categories of cyclist, and if you're wanting to go for a ride with myself, with my 7 and 10-year-old, I'd probably prefer to be on the cycleway. But I think, I do think there is such a thing as a bad cycleway, and I worry that the one that's going through Wadestown could easily fall into that category. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We're out of time, but thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. So we're moving to Carolyn, because I think we're skipping one because they haven't arrived yet. Thank you, Carolyn. And just as I said to Paul, that's 5 minutes.
Are you able to
there are slides, apparently.
Yeah.
Right.
Good morning. I need my... There we go. I'm representing a number of households on Barnard Street. I've lived in Wadestown nearly 15 years. With regards to the cycleway, I think that we all agree Wadestown bears little resemblance to Amsterdam. Wadestown is hilly and the roads are narrow. The weather is often too windy to safely ride a bike and too wet to want to. There are few cyclists using the proposed route, and I can't see it being well utilised. And it's probably going to be a great cost to install it. This morning at work, I was talking to a lady that lives in Te Aro, and she was saying about the cycleways that have been put in there and how much danger she feels with kids crossing the road. She said the cars go faster through there now, and she doesn't think it's achieved what it set out to achieve. I also have serious concerns about the safety of installing a bike lane because the road is so bendy and narrow. I don't know if you know that road, but if you drive up through it, you've really got to be careful and drive slowly. You rarely drive 50 all the way through up there. I think it may cause accidents, which really concerns me. I'm also concerned about a cycle lane impeding the progress of emergency vehicles, and we've seen several articles in the press recently about delayed response times and speed humps causing patients harm and emergency vehicles having to slow down to almost a stop, cycle lanes not allowing motorists to pull over and let emergency vehicles past. I think this is a real concern. Anyhow, today I want to give specific feedback relating to the area before the first bend on Barnard Street, which you can see on the map here. The council are proposing to remove all the parking shown on the left and most of the parking on the right, with a change to make the majority of the remaining spaces on this part of Barnard to be 2-hour parking, which will result in a huge shortage of nearby spaces for residents. My neighbours and I see absolutely no need for change. If, as the council suggests, the need for change is founded on commuter parking, make the whole area residential only, but don't reduce the number of spaces. The worst time to find parking is Friday and Saturday, especially in the evening, not during weekdays. Part of the council's justification is that parking wardens have been called out. I'm responsible for a number of those calls because people have parked across our garage or across the bottom of our steps where there is no pavement, making it really difficult to get out onto the road or to pass with bags. The reason that people park in these prohibited places is because there aren't enough spaces to meet demand. And if you take half the spaces away, it's going to make it a lot worse. Many people on Barnard Street who don't work in the CBD rely heavily on their cars to get to work to earn money to pay their exorbitant rate bills. We have many tradespeople living locally and they depend on their vehicle. We need cars. On the rare occasions I now go into the CBD in the evening, I don't feel safe relying on the unreliable bus service to get me home. They only run every hour at night time, and much of the CBD is no longer safe for lone females. This will get worse if the Golden Mile is pedestrianised. To ensure one's safety, it's necessary to travel by car now. Another safety factor is having parking on both sides of the road slows cars before the bend. Often cars come in off the main road, off Lennell Road, and they drive too fast. But because the half-cost path goes straight into the road, having parked cars there, it makes it a little bit easier and safer to step into the road. And that's for children and pets and for adults as well. Your documentation purports to make it easier to park in the area for residents who aren't able to park off-street. I strongly disagree with that. By cutting the parking spaces, in addition to limiting the number of permits, you will make it a lot harder, creating tension. The council proposed that we pay for a permit with no guarantee we can buy one, and if you buy one, there's no guarantee that you have anywhere to park.
Just to politely note that you need to wrap up.
The council have said that parking needs to be removed because vehicles cannot easily pass. Sorry, my video's not playing. I've got a video of a car passing easily. The bin wagon, I've got a video of the bin wagon passing easily. The guy said he has no problems. Sorry, my video's not playing for some reason. And also the recycling truck passes easily. Really friendly bin man said he has no difficulty passing in that area. And my last slide is just going back to the results after the feedback from residents. Numbers speak for themselves. Every proposal was opposed by residents, and as the council is elected by residents and is there to serve residents, it should not ignore what residents want and have voted for. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Carolyn. I'm really sorry that we've run out of time for questions.
Sorry, my videos didn't play. But
yeah, but thank you very much for your presentation. Okay.
Chair, will we get a copy of that presentation? Yeah.
I'm sure we can. Oh, it'll be in the minutes, apparently.
Okay.
So we can have a look at it at later. Thank you very much. So Daniel Bognuder, thank you. Welcome.
Okay, so my submission is purely on safety. So my partner and I live on Blackbridge Road. So if you know, okay. So we live on Blackbridge Road. So we are worried about the safety of not just people in our home, but obviously the people that are around us. Our parents, they're aging. They all have mobility issues. So when they come to our house, they basically park outside our house. We've got to go down and help them, or go up and help them, bring them down. They can walk out onto the footpath, so we find that's really safe. If you know Blackbridge Road, it is a large sweeping road with a footpath on one side, a footpath not on the other side. My partner's brother was almost fully blind. Again, we need to be rest assured that he is safely able to exit the car. He can do that currently outside our house. And then obviously once he exits onto the footpath, he can make his way down to our house. So he's safe. He understands that that's what he needs to do. So again, being blind, if he can understand he can go out onto the footpath, yeah, we're happy with that. He's safe. Also in our street, there are many houses with young children, lots of houses with young children. They also need the ability to be able to safely open their doors onto the footpath. Our neighbours have 3 children. His partner, his wife, when they exit the car, the kids know out onto the street, out onto the footpath, they can wait there while she is able to take all the stuff out of the car and then safely walk down to the house. If they have to park on the other side of the street with no footpath, there is a very high risk of a child getting in an accident because the only way to exit the car is onto the road. Back to ourselves, we have 2 dogs. We like to take our dogs out for drives every day. They're golden retrievers, they need to be active, so we take them out down to the park. It's important for us to actually be able to, again, open up the car doors onto a footpath. I'm very scared that if I have to park my car on the other side of the street, I've got to open a door, my dog's got to leave it into the street. We're on a street where, as I said before, it's a sweeping blind corner. It's very dangerous. We're right on that peak. So when you come down from the road, down from the top, you're coming around that corner. If we have to park across that side, again, it's going to be very late for someone to be able to see us because obviously if you've got your door open, you're trying to exit the vehicle. Yeah, that is pretty dangerous for us. Again, back into safety. I do believe, obviously, cyclists should be protected. I'm a cyclist as well. I cycle up and down the hill. I cycle down to work sometimes. I cycle to Maxwell Park. In Wadestown in general, or Blackbridge Road, I've never felt unsafe going up and down that hill. It's a very wide hill. The only thing that I find is unsafe is the speed that cars travel up and down that road. It seems to be that when they get to the top, they can see a wider road. They put their foot down and cars just come flying down that hill. The other way around is when you come down up into that road, people see that it's a wide road, it's a hill, they put their foot down, they travel fast. That's the only way that I see that cyclists are going to be unsafe because of the speed of traffic. I think in regards to a cycle lane, I reckon that's going to cause more issues than not because what you'll tend to do is narrow the width of the road because cars will be pushed out further to cater for the cycle lane. Them cars are going to need to park on the other side of the road, again unsafe. Then you're going to narrow the side of the road. So when cars coming up and down, you're going to have a narrow road, which means you're going to have more issues with traffic going down, traffic going up.
Daniel, I'm just wondering if we can allow a bit of time for questions because I think there will be some.
Yep, sure. I think the most important thing for Blackbridge Road is not a cycle lane. I think it's to slow the speed of traffic. So I think money would be better utilised in speed bumps to slow that down. I think that will be better for safety for the cyclists and for the people that live on that road.
Thank you. That was fairly interesting and good to have that feedback. Do you have any off-street parking yourself and your neighbours? How is that with your neighbours and yourself?
Yeah, we currently park on the street. So we've got one off-street and one on-street.
Okay, and neighbours are in a similar position?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and I take it you're on the side of the street that would be losing the
Yes.
car parking. Okay.
I don't feel that anyone should be parking on the other side of the road. I think that should be yellow lined, and we should be able to park on where the footpath is.
I see. Okay. Are there other questions? I think I saw one. Yes. Okay, two.
Just down the bottom of Blackbridge, where there's the intersection, and that's where cars come flying down or flying up or wherever it is. Do you think there should be some, and I'm talking about traffic calming here, do you think there should be some other options considered there, in particular, potentially a roundabout or something like that, that sort of helps with the...
Down the bottom, I don't think there's any issue down the bottom.
Yeah.
There is, if you're coming up from Crofton Downs, you come around that corner, there is the give way. I do see people actually going straight through that without giving way to other traffic. I don't think a roundabout is going to do too much to that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to slow people down either. It's when you get to the bottom and you start going up the hill, that's when you can see them, putting their foot down.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much, Daniel. You just mentioned that you'd like to see yellow lines on the left side of the road as you're going down. So all along that side of the left. Sorry, that side of the street?
On down, yeah.
Yep, okay. Now, that would have the effect of reducing the parking in that area. Would there still be enough parking on the right-hand side?
Yes.
There would be?
Yes,
Okay.
there's very minimal. I think towards the bottom, if you're going down, some people park on that side, but all the way down from the top, probably 3/4 of the way down, no one parks on that side of the street. Again, it's because we know it's an unsafe way to park.
Great,
Okay.
thanks.
We have run out of time. Can you make it tiny?
Yep, okay. Quick question. Do you think that road, Blackbridge Road, is actually used by many cyclists?
It is, but I think it's a minority compared to what people that park there, every day and exit their vehicles. Yep.
Okay.
Again, I do.
Yep, great,
Okay.
great,
Well,
thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank
It's been quite helpful. Thank you, Daniel. Thank
you.
you for your time.
Thanks for your time.
So we have Stephanie Roundtree. Thank you. Welcome to the table. And as I've said to a few others, it's 5 minutes.
Okay, cool. Yes, realise that. I watched that.
Yes.
Right. Okay, I'm Stephanie. I've lived in Wadestown for 18 years on Wadestown Road. Which one do I do? Cool, thank
Yes,
you.
We just might need that on. Thank you.
Okay, and I live in Wadestown Road and have been there for 18 years and close to Lytton Street. My first comment in my submission was that this is the whole idea of this connection is not solving the commuter parking problem. It's just pushing it onto the next suburb, which is Wilton. People who need to take their cars to catch a bus, they have to park somewhere. They aren't going to disappear. So they will go into the narrow winding streets of Wilton or Northland instead of the narrow winding streets of Wadestown. I have suggested, as you see in Europe and England, that you have a large pay and park area at a bus terminal, could be further along Wilton Road, where there's landfill area currently used, well, it should be used for playing fields, dog exercise, that's good, but there's still some spare land there that could be used for safe, well-lit commuter parking so that they're not trying to scrabble around in dark, ill-lit streets around the suburbs. I also once suggested to the council that they use unused garages, which are sometimes quite derelict, to actually, if they haven't been used for a certain amount of time, those garages on council land, that they get removed, and maybe where there's 2 garages, there could be 4 parking spaces for residents without on-street parking, off-street parking. In Lytton Street, which is my area, Lytton Street is a substandard street. I will make that point. I don't know if anybody's who thinks this is a good idea, because that is where all the parking would go if we can't park in Wadestown Road. And it's once you get to the first corner, the footpath and the curbing disappears. I've got photos. I did not do 20 because it takes a lot. But
Could we
these
have
photos-
somebody to distribute those? Yeah.
Yep, cool. So
Either
I've
a
got
committee
photos.
member or a Dem Services person. Thank you.
Okay, you'll just have to. I've only got the 3. It's just
Thank you.
showing what Lytton Street is like, and everybody who thinks this is a good idea for all the overflow parking needs to walk up there in the dark and to see how inadequate it is. There's a very narrow little path which has got blackberry over it, very little lighting, no footpaths further up, no guttering. It is a little, as you see from the photos, it's like a little, rather cute little country road, a lane, but it's certainly not adequate for what you're suggesting. It has actually got at both ends, it's got unsuitable for long vehicles. And we live right there, and we see endlessly trucks backing down because they've ignored that sign. So where are the trucks that, the tradies who are going to be for the residents in that part of Wadestown Road, when are they going to park? This is just not suitable. I suggest that you take a car up and see how you would like to try and park it. Very difficult, and I suggest that you try walking up at night and see how unsafe it feels. The cycle lane, I do feel that Te Ahu Mairangi is being colonised all over again, this is my comment, with no regard for terrain and those who live there. Originally, places like Wadestown, somewhere in London, dissected it up, which is why World Street is so straight and steep and narrow. They didn't realise that Wellington's terrain is so much different from England's green and pleasant land. And so it is difficult, and my big concern is pedestrian safety. We hear a lot about cyclist safety, but what about pedestrian safety? We're at the bottom of the heap, and that's a very steep, long, demanding hill, and the cyclists having come up very often, sadly, they come very fast down past our place. And that is actually very dangerous because you can't hear cyclists coming. You can stop and pause and hear vehicles coming. You cannot hear cyclists, and they come often faster than vehicular traffic around those steep, blind corners. And the trouble is that a lot of the people, us pedestrians, have got nowhere to go. You come down off a driveway, a pathway, a street like Margaret Street Walkway, Lytton Street. You've got nowhere. There's only one bit of footpath which featured in the online presentation, which is the width of one section. That's the only bit of footpath between the bottom of Blackbridge Road and the village, Marquis Street. That's the only bit of footpath on the upper side of Wadestown Road and Blackbridge Road. So you've got nowhere to go, so you can't be careful as to how you cross the road. You can't hear the cyclists coming, and this is including people going to catch buses, elderly people with maybe speed difficulties crossing the road, people with dogs. I see far more children going back home from school, to school. And so I feel that the biggest danger to me as a pedestrian on that road is actually cyclists, and I don't really want to see more cyclists using that road from that point of view.
Stephanie,
Right,
I'm
cool.
sorry, but
And
we're
I just
running out of
finished.
time, so one more point, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Oh, you finished, have you?
Yes, I did actually, yes.
Oh, okay. That was wonderful. Well timed. I would like to ask you just a very quick question about pedestrian safety.
Yeah.
I don't know Wadestown particularly well. Are you saying there's generally quite a lack of footpaths?
There is. If
in
you
the
look
area?
at that area from the bottom of Blackbridge Road up to the village, there's only one very small strip of footpath on the upper side, which is actually outside our house. That's the only little bit. It's the width of our section.
Okay.
There's nothing else.
So that is out of scope for this project, but something we can note
Yes.
and ask officers
It just
about
makes it
going forward.
unsafe in terms
Right.
of pedestrians and cyclists coming down the hill.
Okay, thank you very much for that feedback, and I'm afraid we haven't got time for any more,
Okay.
but it's appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're moving on now, I think, to Hadley online. Welcome, Hadley.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes, and that needs to include time for questions, if you'd like.
Sure. Okay. I'm a resident of Barnard Street. My neighbour's Carolyn Skadden. Have the council thought about the impact it's having on Wellingtonians who don't bike with its extreme cycleway agenda? Businesses in Thorn and Quay and Newtown are all going under because of the removal of car parks. Is it necessary to over-engineer the cycleways with bollards? Can it not just put up cyclists warning signs and paint a portion of the road, as there's rarely any cyclists actually coming up or down Wadestown? And so to put a full dedicated line and take out many car parks, which we rely on day-to-day basis for something that's hardly ever going to get used, not to mention the cost of it that's coming out of our rates, which have just been increased by another $1,200 every year. Many of the Wadestown population are elderly, so they simply just do not have the ability to be able to bike up that hill. I consider myself pretty fit. I've biked up it once and I thought I was going to have a heart attack. It's a very steep hill. and I just don't see the necessary impact that you guys are proposing to take. A lot of the residents in my street and around Wadestown, we live up very steep pathways. We don't have off-street parking. And so we heavily rely on those car parks for our day-to-day lives. I've got a 2-year-old daughter that I have half the week. I end up having to carry multiple bags and usually her up the path, and also all our groceries. If I'm struggling to find a park and having to walk hundreds of metres, that's just going to impact on my day-to-day life, as well as many others in the region who have kids. Also, the proposal that you guys are taking, there's a car park right outside my house, which could almost fit 1.5 cars. You're proposing to take that out and put it as full yellow lines. So I've been using that car park since 2009. It's really the only park directly out front of my house. And for some bizarre reason, you're deciding to paint yellow lines over it. And yeah, I fear that the removal of car parks for the residents, other residents are going to end up parking further away from their own homes, and that's going to impact the people who live directly near those car parks. So it's just going to be a scramble every day to get home after work to try and find a car park close to your house. Otherwise, you're going to be walking hundreds of metres in the rain, carrying all your bags, and then walking up your steep pathway, which, by the way, you guys are trying to make us pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to remedy your original roadway widening, which impacted my pathway. So it's like a kick in the teeth. You guys just keep on raising our rates, and then you're hitting us up with cost pathways, and now you're taking impact on our parking and trying to get us to pay another $200 every year when there's a massive cost of living crisis. And you guys just don't have any empathy for those who don't bike. It's the cycleway agenda that you're pushing on us all, where 90% of the Wellingtonians don't bike, and it's not fair. Open to any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Hadley. Thanks for leaving a bit of time for questions. My question to you would be, you mentioned having to walk up a steep path with groceries and kids. Do you actually have any off-street parking at the bottom, or do you?
At the moment, I do. There is a car park there, but you're proposing to change that to yellow lines.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's not a dedicated car park for you, it's just a public?
No.
I see.
Public car park.
Okay. I don't know if there are other questions. Yes, there is one from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Do you, where you are, and look, I'm familiar with it, but this is probably more for the other committee members. Are there quite a few other houses, properties that don't have off-street parking available to them?
Yes, in my street, there's probably only about 4 or 5 houses that actually have a garage. Everyone else relies on parking on the street. And already as it is, it's a scramble to try and find a car park at the end of the day. Or when there's an event on, like the Phoenix playing at the stadium or something, all the car parks, people just park there and then walk down or catch the bus down.
Okay. One from Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, some of the changes that we're looking at making around these car parks is taking what is, I guess, more flexible for anyone to park in and trying to provide more preference to residents. And you mentioned that issue around getting car parks when there's something on at the stadium. I'm just trying to think, do you think that by, making it more available to residents, that would help alleviate the issue, or?
The issue is what happens when we've got family members like my elderly mother and her husband trying to come and see me and my daughter or come over for dinner when you've made it strictly residents parking only. Also, the 2-hour costs, it's just, you're charging almost $5-10 just for someone to come and say hello and have a cup of tea. I bought this house in 2009 with the fact that it had parking down below, it's a difficult place to get to. And so to put in a time parking or residence parking, then you limit ability to see friends and family.
Okay, thank you, Hadley. We have run out of time, but that's been useful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, we could take a break at this point. We do have somebody online who's due to speak to us at 10:15. I think we'll take a 10-minute break, and that will get us back on schedule. And then we will speak to Mike and Fiona when we come back at 10:15. Welcome. You're prompt. You're there. That's great. So welcome to Mike and Fiona, and you have 5 minutes.
The proposal parking scheme in Wadestown is to make it easier for residents and households with one vehicle who aren't able to park off street to park nearer their house. We live at 78 Pitt Street and fall into this category, and yet expect that the result will be that we find it harder to park nearer our house. We walk to and from work in the CBD, and our children take the bus to school. We mainly use our car early in the morning, evenings and weekends to take the children to sports activities. In winter, we're leaving and returning in the dark. If these proposals are accepted, we will need to search for parking streets away from Pitt Street, and these proposals risk reducing the quality of our family life. 78 Pitt Street was the first house to be built in this section of Pitt Street in 1916, and the only house past Rankin Street not to have off-street parking. At present, we are usually able to find a park close to our house, although we're still competing for spaces with our neighbours, nearly all of whom have more than one car, as well as non-Pitt Street residents. And these include people from Roscoe Terrace and Wade Street residents, as well as commuters who park in our street. Our concerns with the proposal. First, the proposal is to put no stopping lines in this section of Pitt Street, taking parking from approximately 24 spaces to 16. That's a reduction of a third. 2 out of the 8 spaces being removed are directly outside our house. Of the 16 available spaces after making the changes, only 4 spaces are priority for permit holders. Secondly, Pitt Street is on the boundary of the east parking zone and the closest street to the city on the western zone. This means any cars not able to find spaces in the eastern parking zone, there's a risk they'll end up also trying to find parking on Pitt Street. Finally, we're also concerned about how the enforcement will work. If permits are not visible, no one other than the parking attendants will know if the restrictions are being breached and whether the people actually have a right to park in the P120 spots, and therefore will need regular enforcement to be effective. Regarding the permits, as we are second in priority for resident permits, we will be allotted one. This is great. And yet, there are no P120 permit exempt parking spaces near our house. They're all unrestricted parking, which means we're still competing for spaces with residents from other streets, commuters, and our neighbours, all of whom have off-street parking, and nearly all are multiple car households. Given the overall reduction in parking spaces across Wadestown, we're expecting additional pressure on the unrestricted parking spaces within Wadestown, and there's therefore a high probability that we will be unable to park outside or near our house. Our expectation is that a lot of the time we may need to search for parking away from Pitt Street, and this will be detrimental to the quality of life and completely at odds with the aims of the proposal. We mainly use our car to take our children to school sports activities, often returning around 9 p.m. on weeknights. In reality, under the proposal, with less parking spaces in Wadestown, as we return from our children's sports practices after the car commuters return from work, we are unlikely to find parking spaces near our house this late in the evening. We propose an allocated space for 78 Pitt Street as we're the only house in this section of Pitt Street without off-street parking. This is consistent with Mairangi Road, where a few properties, which do not have off-street parking, were allocated spaces just for them, so that they are not negatively impacted when new restrictions were implemented a few years ago. As a minimum, the council should increase the number of P120 parking spaces and decrease the number of unrestricted parking spaces in this part of Pitt Street. We're asking for P120 parking spaces to be allocated near our house, which is 78 Pitt Street. This would result in us having a higher chance of being able to park somewhere near our house. In summary, currently the proposals are not consistent with the objective to make it easier for residents and households with one vehicle who aren't able to park off-street to park nearer their home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. I have noted it down. Are there any other questions from the committee? Councillor Abdurrahman.
I think it's really interesting, and you are a very good example of how challenging it is for a family who take their kids for sport and use their car not much often, but very importantly. How is it in any way you can travel without your car if you can't find a parking outside of your house and you have to get rid of your car? Is there any way you can just go ahead with your life?
So, to be honest, we already do that, right? So, ideally we would have 2 cars, right? But actually we don't. So, We use Mevo, we use Uber, we use a whole bunch of things. We have 2 kids. Quite often they're in different locations, right? So we are already juggling as much as we can.
Thank you. We probably have run out of time, but that's been quite useful. I did note that feedback about more P120 and possibly a change to that balance. Okay, thank you. Right.
Thank you.
So we've got Carolyn Doust in person. Lovely. Welcome. As I've said to others, it's 5 minutes. And that needs to include time for questions if you'd like them. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Chung.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Ray. When I first saw this proposal in my letterbox, I was really surprised at the extent of it because I was not aware of such a major problem throughout Wadestown. So I went along to the information session and I asked, because when you're trying to evaluate a proposal, there are certain things that you need to know. You need to understand the problem that's being solved, the cost of the proposal and the opportunity cost of the proposal, i.e. what's not done as a result, like fixing the pipes, for instance. I note that we are, on a per capita basis, spending a third of what the other councils in the region are spending on the pipes, which seems fairly shocking to me. So when I went there, I discovered that although it was deemed an information session, it was really an explain the brochure, the pamphlet session. It was there to make sure I understood the pamphlet, which was quite obvious, and I didn't see why anyone would have any trouble understanding it. But when I asked questions about, how many people actually park in those areas, whether they're commuters or residents, how many parking spots will be lost as a result. All of these questions being necessary to actually understand the impact of the proposal, the answer to all of them was, we don't know, or we don't have that information, which again quite shocked me, because if you're going to implement a major proposal and you don't understand the impact of the proposal, which clearly is the case here, that seems rather negligent to me, that it's like, we'll try it and see. And when I then said, well, if we don't know these things, so we can't actually measure the impact of the proposal, what will happen if it goes, if it doesn't meet requirements, if people are driven out of the area? Then I was told, well, in a year we'll probably extend it into the rest of Wadestown if there's a problem. So to me that was basically following failure with failure. If the proposal doesn't work, we make it worse for the rest of Wadestown, which I found, again, quite strange. I mean, when I asked what the actual problem was, I was told that 3 times in the last 5 years, emergency vehicles couldn't pass directly outside of a house. And sometimes service vehicles have difficulty getting around. Not that no one was not serviced by service vehicles, and so the level of difficulty couldn't be particularly great anyway. But so what we're talking about here is a fairly minor problem that would be better addressed by point solutions rather than major changes as are being suggested here. And if I'm wrong about that, then the way to demonstrate that would be to do the research and find out whether what the impact of this proposal will be, and if it actually will work. The research that hasn't been done, or at least hasn't been conveyed to the residents who are asked to evaluate this proposal. So given the huge restrictions that will be implemented by this proposal, and the paucity of information on its impact, I really do think that it should be withdrawn. now we come to the bicycle lane, and it's already become apparent in other areas of the council that the council region that these lanes actually are causing difficulties for emergency vehicles, and not to mention the difficulties they're causing for residents. So it doesn't seem to me that this cycling lane proposal, as it currently exists, is something that should go forward. I mean, an alternative would be to, if you must have a cycling lane, even though that would create significant problems for residents in parking, don't put the bollards in, because if you don't put the bollards in, at least people can move aside for the emergency vehicles. But by narrowing already narrow streets and preventing people moving aside, you'll be preventing people, emergency vehicles getting
Carolyn,
through.
I just need to say we have run out of time. Do you want to make a couple of last points?
Well, yes, I believe that the problem that this proposal is attempting to resolve isn't well defined. The solution hasn't been appropriately evaluated. The research hasn't been done to indicate it will work. And so I am quite shocked, actually, that the failure of council to do any of these things, and I wish that the proposals be withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Just a little note that I don't think the bollards are in the final design. So, yeah, so that might be a small point. But thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate the fact that you've come to us and given us your feedback. So thank you. Right, so we have one last person before our morning tea break, which we've of course had morning tea, but so online. So welcome, Purvai.
Hi, kia ora.
Hi, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. A lot of my points are actually similar to Carolyn's in that I agree. The emergency services already have a difficult time reaching a lot of stretches in the in Wadestown, on the Wadestown Road. I live on the stretch of Wadestown Road that extends between Wadestown at Leslie Street and Wadestown at Lytton Street. And an example of this was just the other day. The bus was stopping both lanes because it broke down, and it took about a couple hours for that to get sorted. It's a very narrow stretch. It is unsafe for a bicycle lane. Most people that use the bicycle on this stretch use the sidewalk currently, and I think that I mean, without getting into it further, I just want to reiterate that it is a very narrow stretch. It is unsafe for an introduction for bicycle lanes. Any accidents there, it'll stop the traffic. You won't be able to get first responders in there. It looks like the previous person said, doesn't seem like there's been enough time put into understanding what the real problem is here and how to have better solutions than just creating more restrictions. My other point that I wanted to make, because I know I only have 5 minutes, is that you're proposing to remove the parking on one side of Hanover Street by introducing no stopping lanes. You are also introducing no stopping lanes in a lot of different area in the stretch that I live in. So majority of that area will be no stopping lanes. It currently has maybe 3 parking spots in that stretch. But you're removing all of that and proposing that one side of Hanover Street is made P120 except for residents. That seems like it seems like no one has come in to look at that street, honestly, because it is full on, if it's a work day, school day, the play area is not being used, still both sides of that street is full. And that is not just because people don't want to use their garages. It's because majority of the people that are living here quite often are tenants. If the land, it's not one family unit in one house. And unfortunately, because, you only have one bus route on this road, and I know it probably can't support more. People do need cars sometimes, especially in New Zealand and Wellington, if you're not living right in the city center. My point is that I don't think you'd be able to fit, like, even the residents. Forget about just commuters. Yeah.
So we do have some questions, Puvai. Thank you for that feedback. I've got one from Councillor, Rogers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in, and in particular, your experience living in the area. You mentioned, I guess, both the streets being very narrow and the safety concerns that causes pushing cyclists onto footpaths, but also, I guess, also talked about not wanting to see more yellow lines, which I guess from my perspective would allow more space for things like emergency vehicles. So I was just wondering if you could speak a bit more to that.
Yeah, so the no stopping lines that I'm talking about are on the wider stretch on Hanover Street that I'm talking about. That's different. It's a dead-end road, so buses are not going in there. There's no cycles going in there. That's kind of like a cul-de-sac, just longer, So that's the main one I'm talking about. For the stretch from Leslie Street to Lytton Street, I am mostly concerned about the bicycle lane being there, regardless of whether or not you remove the parking spaces there. These issues have been there, whether or not their cars been parked in that street. And it's not because the cars are parked on that street. It's just because of the way that the tight turns on that road. And so the bus needs to extend onto buses and bigger vehicles, even the garbage trucks, everything needs to extend onto both sides of the road just to be able to go up the hill and get onto the, Wadestown shops area.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your feedback, Puvai. But we have run out of time, but thank you very much.
That's okay.
Lovely. Thank you. Right.
Thank you.
So we have a break of until 11. So a nice big break, but we'll see you back at 11.
of time. So next up was Jesse. Are you in the room, or am I Jesse? Kia ora, Jesse. So you've got 5 minutes. If you want to leave some time for questions, it's handy to do so, but it's entirely up to you.
Yeah, kia ora. I live in Lower Pitt Street, number 28 there, corner of Fernhill Terrace. My main thing here is that I think we're trying to solve a problem that isn't there and that we're anticipating may be a problem. What I've heard is that there's going to be all these commuters in my street. But if I go around my street and when the Lower Pitt Street WhatsApp group, all of the cars in our street are locals. There are no commuters in our street at all. And the nearby streets, the only real commuting street might be near the library, near the Dutch Embassy, or down further near Highland Park. And those commuters aren't commuters in my world, that they would be commuters in our nearby streets trying to catch the bus. So I think you guys are trying to, one, get money, and I get that, and two, there's actually not a problem that you need to solve in terms of the parking permits. I kind of disagree with some of the cycleways, but I think the city moving forward does need cycleways. But I think what we're really looking here is for some balance across it. So let's have some cycleways, but say for like the residents on Blackbridge Road there, I don't live there, but it's absolutely shocking what's going to happen to that road. Why can't we have a slightly wider footpath where the cyclists and the pedestrians can share it? Because there are very few people that walk up and down that street, and where we can have a solution that benefits all those people on Blackbridge Road losing all of their car parks, and anyone trying to renovate a house with tradies or anything, it's going to be a nightmare. But for my street, and if I canvass my Lower Pitt Street WhatsApp group, 75 to 80% of the people do not want this. And across Wadestown, it's very similar numbers. I haven't seen the latest numbers online. All I'm saying is, please don't put something in on the basis of, commuters, we're going to help you. The residents don't want it. We don't need it. And invariably, it's only one or two individuals that complain 99% of the time. And it's those people that actually need to come around the table and talk with everyone else, because everyone else just sorts out parking issues amongst ourselves in a really friendly, awesome manner. My whānau's been in Wadestown for 40 years. It's just going to ruin us. I could add other things to it, but some people run little Airbnbs, and what are the people going to do? They book the Airbnb in the suburbs. They might have a car, but when they're there, they want to use the bus. They want to use other forms of transport, their bikes, whatever. But what are they going to do? We can't give them a parking permit. The whole thing is just ridiculous in my eyes, because we're not. People don't drive in from Tara and park in Wadestown. You know, this is the community we live in. The community is actually, the biggest issue is the dairy's been hit 3 times the last 2 years, and no one wants to put speed bumps in. You go and put speed bumps in Crofton Downs, by the countdown, 4 of them, there's not a problem there, aside from people pulling out a countdown. Why can't we protect the dairy, put speed bumps in there, have the 30K so people actually respect it, and the rest of it, the community looks after, and we look after everything. So that was just my point. Look, I wrote what I said. There's no data behind it. There's no problem to fix. If you do it, people are going to get fucking pissed off. And the council, everyone has got apathy towards the council anyway. So why doesn't the council work for the people? My rate's gone up 20%. You're working for me and all of my people in my community, right? And no one wants it. 1 or 2 maybe. But they're the whingers. We're a democracy. You know, 80% rules.
Thank you, Jesse. I've just got a question for you from Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, you make, look, I agree with you, basically, but you made some interesting points about the Wadestown village, and because there was a 30K speed limit, but there was no, whether it's speed bumps or any other traffic calming, there was nothing ever put in. I mean, at least at the minimum, do you think we should, as a council, be looking at traffic calming through the village, not necessarily cycleways or something, but just trying to look at how we can slow everyone through, but also protecting the shops in place.
Yeah, if you make it slow, like 30K from like almost the library all the way through the village, almost all the way to Blackbridge Road, in a sense, because people don't go that fast anyway, right? then what you can have, the cycle's going 20, 30k, electric bike's going faster than that.
Yeah.
It can be a shared green zone.
Yeah.
People will be more happy with that because it's balanced. Keep the car parks, keep the shared zone, people only going 30k. 3 weeks ago, guys come up, past an Uber, dash cam's got it, 2 a.m. in the morning, 20-year-old with his female cousin in the front, smashed in the dairy, flipped his car, ended up at Burger Worse. You know, people are running out of their houses trying to make sure this lady doesn't die. You know?
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
And then the dairy owner's got no insurance, got no money, community pitch in, you know, it's bad. Just, it's such an easy fix, but you guys are trying to go and do all this stuff and no one wants it. We just want the basics, you know?
Thank you, Jesse. I'll just have to move on to the next one, but thank you for coming in and sharing with us. And your experience is exactly what the point is, so you don't need to have data or anything. It's just to hear from you is important, so thank you. Next, we have Rishin, who is online. So Rishin, 5 minutes. If you do want to leave some time for questions, that's great. Otherwise, you've got the full 5 minutes.
Hello, yes, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we've got you.
Okay, cool, excellent. So I'm not sure who was just speaking. I fully support what he's just said. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I was due early and there's a mix up with the link and whatnot. So, I mean, I'm against everything like others in the community. I live at on Wadestown Road, at the end of Wadestown Road. I've got a young family, 3 kids, wife. We've got 2 cars, and my issue is I have to park my second car on the road, and it's necessary for me to have 2 cars because I've got a family. My kids have to play sport. I wouldn't be able to have my kids playing sport if I didn't have 2 cars. I currently park it down the road on the top of Blackbridge Road, and there's a cycleway going in. I've lived in Wadestown 8 years now, and the traffic volumes the cycling volumes for Wadestown is nowhere near. I mean, it doesn't seem, in my eyes, to justify a cycleway. There are cyclists, don't get me wrong. I just feel like there's a huge investment into the cycleway for what not a lot of people will use. I do see there's other concerns that you guys have. You know, the commuters coming into the area. I live down the end of Wadestown, and I do see the commuters, but I don't see them come like the other end of Wadestown. So in my area, the commuters come, they park, they leave. They don't cause me too much concern. I'm not sure why everyone in Wadestown has to, you know, contribute to saying, you know, do you support, are you against it? Some people don't have a cycleway coming through their road, so they don't care. They're like, oh yeah, whatever. Whereas me, I would have to move out of Wadestown to raise a young family if a cycleway came in, because I just got nowhere to park a second car. I'm going to have to go to another area, park my car there. You know, it's going to be kilometres away, and that's just not going to work for us. I don't actually have much else to say. I just thought I'd join in, mention that.
Thank you.
I'm in the middle
of a question for you from one of our councillors, if that's all right. Yep. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Rishin. Can I just confirm, do you live in Wadestown Road or Blackbridge Road?
I'm on the last house on Wadestown Road. There's a yellow line in front of my house. I park at the top of Blackbridge Road.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask you about Blackbridge Road, because that's actually a focus of mine. The council officers say that we need to take those car parks away so that we can have a cycle lane down there. I went down and I put a note on every car parked in Blackbridge Road, asking people to contact me to tell me if they were residents or if they were parking there because they were commuters, or if they actually use those car parks for something other than because they live there. And it seemed to me that they're all residents and they would have nowhere to park their cars if we actually took those car parks away. What's your thought on that road?
I would fully agree with that. I've got nowhere to park my car if that's taken away. I do have 2 cars. My wife has a car. She runs around with that car, takes the kids around during the day. And I have a car, you know, which is more weekend and long travel distances, you know, when we go away. So I need a second car because I've got a family that we do things that every family does, you know. We take them to sports, swimming lessons, everything. My wife's taking one kid to, you know, hip hop. I'm taking the other kids to rugby, cricket, swimming, you know, all that. So it's necessary. We have visitors as well. They park on the street. You know, my in-laws come in, they park in the street. We hang out for hours, and then they would have to park a long way away. So it is going to be a huge impact to the neighbourhood, the community, and I would be, seriously thinking about relocating if this had been implemented.
Thank you.
Can I ask another one?
Quick one.
Okay, just another quick question on Blackbridge Road. While I was there on Blackbridge Road, I actually counted the number of cyclists that were going along there. And in the morning in peak time, between 8:30 and 9:30, I only counted one cyclist. But in your experience, is that actually a popular road for cyclists?
You are not far off. I see the odd cyclist here or there. There's hardly any cyclists on Blackbridge Road. My kids ride their bikes. When I take them to the local park, their little bikes, I feel like we're the most amount of cyclists on that road in general. There's a very low traffic volume, very low cyclist volume, and it just seems like a over-investment into an underutilized asset.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Shen. We've pretty much hit 5 minutes, so thank you for coming along digitally and sharing with us. Next, Pete, we have you online as well, so same deal. There's 5 minutes for you to speak. If you want to have less time than that, that's fine, and if you want to leave time for questions, please do. If you just want to try sound checking, Pete, we've got you on mute at the moment. Sorry, Pete, still can't hear you, if you're there. No, he's muted his end. Pete, just give you one more chance, or we might need to come back. Do we have Bob at the moment? Do we have Bob White in the room? Okay, Bob, we'll bring you up while we try and sort issues with Pete, so... Took you there. So yes, 5 minutes to speak. Leave time for questions if you wish.
Can I sit here?
Yeah, absolutely. Top of the table, fine.
I'll read to you. I'm sorry. I am not much of a speaker, but I think I might be able to read it all right.
Completely fine.
Okay. Good morning. My name's Bob White. I live at 140 Wadestown Road. It's about midway on the proposed cycle route and no parking zone going down from the shops to the bottom of Blackbridge Road. I've lived there for 26 years. In a nutshell, I don't support the proposals. I have three main concerns about them. The first concern I've got is that they will have a significant negative impact for me and for my neighbours and family. The second main problem I've got with them is that they won't work in practice. And the third thing is that the case for them and the paperwork around this is quite flawed, and I don't find it very encouraging. So, on the effects, my first concern is that there will be basically no on-street car parking from the Wadestown shops to the end of Blackbridge Road. So that's over a kilometre. I have a car park, but there will be no car parking for my family, my friends, tradespeople or others that come to visit. And because of the topography, I'm at the bottom. Basically, I live on a cliff and the road sidles the slope there. Where I live, there will be no parking other than Hanover Street, which is about 300 metres away. And everything I read in the submission says there'll be no parking in Hanover Street because it's already full. Margaret Street, which is up 150 steps. Lytton Street or Morangi Road, that's 400 metres away and about 40 metres in elevation. And again, there's going to be no parking there, hardly any spaces at all. And then Wilton Road, which is again going to have no parking, and it's 500 metres away, and it's probably going to be full because of all of these people that have been displaced from that 1 kilometre route. So this is going to be very tough for fit people. It's going to be even worse, if not impossible, for people that are disabled. And I'm thinking of my daughter with her young baby, newborn baby. I'm thinking of my 88-year-old father-in-law. I'm thinking of my disabled friend, and they're just not going to be having access to my place at all, other than without these ridiculous alternative parking arrangements. So it's a big problem.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Okay. So In a nutshell, there's not going to be Christmas or family gatherings at my place anymore. It's just gone. So that's a significant loss. And all of that sort of socialising has to be really difficult with no parking in that location. So I think there needs to be some curbside parking retained in the proposals. I think you just have to get something in or do some sort of accommodation either on the flat areas or on the downhill areas of the road, of Wadestown Road or Blackbridge Road, because otherwise people are just going to be in a situation like mine. In addition, if you go to the parking regime, it's really problematic. I think the 120-minute limit is way too short. I don't know why you can't use the 180-minute limits that you've settled on in Berhampore. I don't know why they weren't included in the proposals. I think the day passes regime won't work. As my neighbour said, how are people going to, if they stay overnight, how will they do it with a day pass? You basically need to make it at least 24 hours for it to work. I also think that and I'm sure lots of people are saying this, but the parking permits are basically a tax on people with cars. And the parking is an essential. So basically you're taxing people on an essential that they can't avoid. So I have a real problem with that in principle. I do agree that there's a need for some parking spaces to be removed. Some of the ones outside my house, there's been a real problem here for years, for the last 5 years, as the densities increases. But I think that's a small problem. It doesn't require this overall solution. I think there's also a case for improving the cyclists' safety on the uphill, and I think you could do something there, but I just don't think it needs this response. Overall, I don't think that the proposal is justified for the number of cyclists involved. I'd agree, there's a handful of cyclists use that route, and I've lived on it for 26 years and walked up and down it every day. In terms of the parking, I read the business case for it, and I can't see, and outside my place, given what's happening with this situation, I can't see how you're meeting any of the objectives in the future state that you propose in that business case. That's my main concern. That's my immediate concern. I'm also really concerned about that the proposals won't work in practical terms. I think they'll create more problems than they'll solve outside my house. I don't think they'll do anything to improve safety for cyclists. I think that they'll be quite vulnerable on that road. People will accelerate. I think too that if you get rid of the parking, then people are going to speed, and that was the case before the current parking problems. There used to be there was a boy racer route. People would speed down there and cut corners. My daughter did a study on it when she was
Bob,
at
we've just
school.
come to the end of the 5 minutes. If you just want to make any last summary points, please.
Okay, so I just don't think it will work. I think the main concern that I've got also is that there's no cost-benefit analysis being done, and similarly there's been no what you might call a cost recovery impact statement that's been provided for this. You're imposing a tax, and there's no statement of where the money's coming from, where it's going, who it's going to affect, or what the impacts are. There's no estimates of the numbers of cyclists. And you just haven't achieved any of the objectives or outcomes that you're talking about for your parking or your cycling proposals. I think it's confused, mistaken, misguided set of proposals.
Thank you very much, Bob, for sharing with us. Pete, we've got you online, I now believe.
Oh, hello there. How are you?
So we've got 5 minutes. If you want to leave time for questions, please do. Otherwise, you're good to go.
Thanks.
Yeah. What I've got to say is quite simple, but it's probably a wee bit thinking outside the square, maybe. I can't see why, in order to deal with the problem of drivers, posing a risk to cyclists, I can't see why councils don't basically work with government and get some undercover traffic cops out there on the roads to pick up on the bad drivers, because I mean that's the main problem for the cyclists. I think I've had lots of rides with people I've known for years, and I see their attitude towards cyclists. When they're passing a cyclist, some of these people, I'm not going to name them, but they just really get off on using their car to threaten the cyclist as they go past the cyclist. I think what you've got in terms of the cyclist driver interaction problem is I mean, to a very large extent, what you're dealing with really is a problem of a lot of drivers with really, really bad attitudes. And I know that there are some cyclists who are who sort of like maybe play on the other side of that with trying to be annoying. I mean, there's always some bad apples on both sides. But I mean, in terms of the actual danger to cyclists, what you're really dealing with is drivers out there with really, really bad attitudes. And I don't know whether cutting the road in two with these cycleways is really an appropriate reaction to the problem when you're not dealing with the essential problem, because the drivers who are using their vehicles as like weapons of threatening to kill cyclists out there on the road every day. I mean, I'm pretty sure that some of these people I've driven with, they probably do it 10 times a day before they feel happy that they've done enough. I mean, it's these drivers who are like running over kids on the way to school and little old grannies trying to cross the road. So I mean, I would, my suggestion would be that councils should work with central government and actually get some undercover traffic cops out there. So I'm against surveillance in general, but when you're driving on the road, that's a completely public space to do with safety. It's got to be all about safety. It's number one. It's like I mean, imagine pilots flying through congested airway corridors, complaining that we're being spied on for safety. That's ridiculous. I mean, I'm against surveillance if you're going to send undercover cops into bars and gyms and restaurants and whatnot. But I mean, we're talking about roads. I can't see any reason why roads shouldn't be policed by undercover traffic cops, because also in terms of cost, I mean, it would be immensely revenue generating in the first place, catching a lot of these bad drivers until they start to get the message. And then after that, it would be immensely cost saving to the country in general in terms of the number of accidents prevented. And then you'd also save the money on these cycleways, which, I mean, I'm not saying that there might not be some places where cycleways might be appropriate, but, as a sort of like, as a first sort of like general response, cycleways are like, it's like, I don't know, it's like as if you're discovering that there's problems with bullying in the workplace, and so you start, drawing lines along the corridors and across the rooms in your workplace, so that the bullies are kept on one side and the good workers are kept on the other side. It's just silly. Anyway, that's what I've got to say.
So thank you, Pete. I just do have a quick question actually from myself. So I guess to sum up, in your view, to deal with threatening attitudes, policing would be a more effective tool than building defined separation on the road so motorists are unable to reach the cyclists. Is that a fair summation?
No, it's got to be undercover. I mean, as soon as people see, like an enforcement officer, they're going to behave. So it's got to be, undercover traffic cops, with cameras, so that it's like they've got the drivers dead to rights, right there. I mean, they can even do instant. In a lot of cases, they're going to be able to do instant disqualification.
Excellent. Hey, thank you, Pete. We're just bang on 5 minutes, so thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, I've got
thank you for listening.
Terry McCarthy. Yes. I think you've been in the room for a little while, so you've picked it up by now. Excellent.
Got the feel. Hi, I'm Terry. I've lived in Hanover Street for over 35 years. Understandably, my focus is on the street I live in, but I think a lot of the comments that I have to make will apply to other streets, and particularly in the west part of Wadestown. I'm a data guy. I've worked in market research for over 30 years, so I know about data. I know how important it is to have robust data for your decision making. And reading the reports, the business case, and a lot of the other data underpinning these decisions or this proposal, I found it quite weak. I looked at it and I thought, okay, you've got this data which you collected, which tells me how many cars there are in the neighbourhoods and when they're there and when they're not there. That data was collected on 2 days, a weekday and a weekend. That's not sampling human behaviour. That's not what you do. You have to do a lot more than that to know what's going on. So I found that sort of quite curious. So I did my own counts. Like Councillor Chung, got on the ground. I think it's a good idea. Actually go and see what is going on. And I drive up and down Hanover Street every day. And I can tell you that my findings are exactly the opposite to what the research found. The research found that the numbers of cars in Hanover Street on weekdays, during the daytime, is higher than in the night time. And anyone who lives in Hanover Street, you can ask anybody, it's probably the same in Pitt Street. The time that's hardest to get a park in those streets is at night time. Everyone's home. It's not a commuter problem. I actually completely agree with Jess. You'd be crazy to be a commuter that comes from Johnsonville and parks in Hanover Street so they can then catch a bus or walk into town. It'd just be ridiculous. That is, as far as I know, that does not happen. So the whole contention that this is anything to do with a commuter issue is just not true. And despite that, and in fact, the business case itself says it's not a commuter issue. So I don't know where they came up with this idea that a mechanism such as time-based restrictions, which is a mechanism you use when you want to deal with casual or commuters, why would that work in Hanover Street? It's their residents. So why would that work at all? That is just crazy. The other restriction, yes?
So you continue.
The other restriction which they're suggesting in Hanover Street is no parking on one side. Okay, again, this is a solution in search of a problem. The problem, apparently, is access. Except I've lived in Hanover Street for over 30 years, and we've had fire engines, we've had ambulances, we've had removal trucks, we have the rubbish trucks. Every week, the council tests out the accessibility of Hanover Street. And as far as I know, well, I've always had my rubbish taken away. I'm at the bottom, so I know that they can get down Hanover Street. So again, there actually isn't a problem there. The outcome of that restriction will be, and this is the council's own numbers through the research that they've done, 190% demand on parking in Hanover Street. In other words, 2 residents' cars looking for 1 park throughout Hanover Street. Now, there's only one outcome, well, there's a number of outcomes of this. They'll find other places to park, places that aren't restricted at the moment, so you get congestion there. Particularly, as I know, lower Hanover Street is where people turn around. It opens out. If you've actually driven down there, you'll know that's one of the few places you can turn around. That will be full of cars because they'll migrate down from the restricted area in Hanover Street to where you can park. Bob will have his friends come round to Hanover Street and park down there too if they've got a decent amount of walking in them in their legs. So you'll cause another problem that doesn't exist at the moment. Basically it brings stress and the potential for neighbourly disharmony to a neighbourhood which it doesn't exist at the moment. You have to be careful driving down Hanover Street. Everyone knows that. It's the same as a lot of streets in Wellington, which are narrow. You need to be careful. You need to be cautious. So I don't think that changes anything. And I think, so I encourage in your decision making, I encourage you at least to remove the parking scheme from Hanover, from Lytton, from Pitt, from Fernhill, all those streets on the west side. They don't need 120 minutes. They don't need no parking. There might be 1 or 2 areas on corners that might justify that, but they would be one-offs that you'd have to look at very carefully. So please listen to the people who live in our neighbourhood, who pay the rates, and don't bring problems to our neighbourhood that don't exist at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry.
Question.
Unfortunately, we're out of time with it.
Oh, sorry.
But thank you very much for coming and sharing with us. Nick Griffiths.
Very eloquent.
Right, so Nick, we've got 5 minutes. If you want to leave time for questions, please do. Otherwise, it's all over to you.
Thanks. Kia ora koutou. So my name's Nick Griffiths. I've lived in Hanover Street for about 10 years. I cycle every day. Lived in London for 5 years in a city with really excellent public transport. As I lived there, it grew to have really good cycle routes. They've got a lot of space. That's the big difference there, I think. Anyway, I've got 2 points to make really. One is the parking on Hanover Street. So I can only reiterate what my neighbour Terry said. I think you're going to create more problems than you're trying to solve here. I think there might be an argument to make some changes there, but what you've proposed isn't really solving those problems. I'm going to plead with you that if you're going to ignore all of our complaints and just go through and steamroller this, that you try and find some room for some more car parks. The pavements are very wide on Hanover Street. You could put notches in to find rooms for cars. You could, there's a church up for sale. You could potentially, I know this is horrible, but you could knock it down and build garages there and rent them to the people. Because a lot of us don't have the option to have a garage, and we might be interested in renting one. So yeah, there's maybe one section of Hanover Street which is a bit dangerous, where there's the, right outside my house, where we are forced to put our wheels onto the curb. I do it anyway. I pay the fine twice a year. I don't care. I'm happy to keep doing that. I don't know why you've stopped us from being able to do that and made that illegal. It was a perfectly serviceable, workable option. If the health and safety culture is such that we can't do that anymore, then narrow the pavement so that we can just bloody fit. I'd hope you do that. My next point really is around the cycleways. So I've been cycling for ages in Wellington. It's not a great place to cycle, but I'm a confident, mature cyclist. I've got pretty used to it and cycling defensively. It's got worse since you've put a lot of these cycle lanes in. You've given the illusion of safety, but there is none. So I cycle up the back street in Wadestown Road, and there used to be parking on both sides. The cars had to go slowly. They don't have to anymore. They can cane it up that road. I am way more terrified. I've had so many close calls in the past 3 months than I've had before, of like bastards doing 60 kilometres an hour in their Ford Ranger trying to clip me because, bloody cyclists, bloody cycle lanes, all the rest of it. So it's having the opposite effect. It's actually making it worse for everyone. So, I'm not a climate change denier. I think you've got to do something about this stuff. But where are the public transport options? Where are the electric car hire schemes that you're going to put in to replace the cars that we're not going to have anymore? There are too many cars in our street, and I don't think it's a terrible idea by trying to discourage some car ownership. But you've just gone too far. It's too draconian. It's too overwhelming. It's too much too soon. You just have done a lazy job here, I feel. You're just kind of trying to shoehorn it in. I get the feeling that you've had 15, 20 years to solve this problem, and you've suddenly realised you've got 2 years left, and you're like, oh, shit, got to get it done. And that's what it feels like. So I would ask you just to slow down. The realistic impact on climate change that we're going to have in our neighbourhood is negligible. Negligible. There are much greater things that we could be doing as a society than like spending $500,000 on this. Anyway, if there are any questions.
Thank you, Nick. First one from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Nick. I actually visited Hanover Street 8 times now, talking to residents. It seems to me the problem is actually at the bottom of Hanover Street, where the street narrows up. Yep. And one of the issues that I've been told about is that fire engines can't get down there. But it doesn't seem to be a problem to me in the top half. But what's your view on access of fire engines?
I would say that fire engines are really big. And if there was a fire, they would push the cars out of the way. I have a friend who's a fireman, and that's what he says they do. They just push the cars out of the way. Most of the time, it's not a problem. They get rubbish trucks down there all the time. Fire engine's about the same girth as a rubbish truck. So maybe, but it's only when somebody in a massive SUV doesn't follow the accepted norm of just putting your wheels on the curb that would ever be a problem. Again, behaviour that you've encouraged by stopping us from being able to do that fairly sensible, fairly safe thing.
Okay.
And sorry, Ray, just to feed us, Councillor Rogers also has a question as well.
Yeah, I feel like I'm channeling one of my other councillors who always kind of asks about what price people are prepared to pay for some of these things. And you mentioned the idea of providing garages and renting them out. And I was wondering, in contrast, in terms of the price that we're charging for the sort of residence scheme, what sort of price you think people might be willing to pay or feel like is appropriate for a dedicated park or a shared park?
No idea, I'm afraid.
It's all good. Thank you.
All good. Thank you. I've got Councillor Free, yes?
I'm really concerned about what you said about this feeling more dangerous up Wadestown Road. Does it have hit sticks, or is it...
But what are they going to do? They're little bits of plastic.
Yeah, okay.
Do nothing.
So you think it's the speeds, and we haven't done enough to address the speed?
Slow the cars down. Enforce the speed limits you've got.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much, Nick, and coming and sharing with us. Next up, I have Kim Wilde. Kia ora, Kim. So we have 5 minutes to do your presentation. If you do want to leave some time for questions, you're welcome to. You can come to the podium or the table, either or.
Okay.
And if you don't wish to have questions, you don't have to.
Okay, cool. I'll just sit at the table. It seems a little bit less formal than up at the lectern. I've just noted down a few points that I wanted to talk to today. I wanted to start off by saying that I'm actually quite surprised and concerned to be here today, given that overall 58% of residents oppose or strongly oppose the proposed changes in Wadestown. It's really unclear to me why the council would be continuing to consult on the same proposal despite this feedback from residents. I sincerely hope that it's not because the council just intends to forge ahead with this proposal in the absence of a mandate for the changes. In these circumstances, I would have expected that the proposal was either going to be scrapped or that there would be further consultation on a revised proposal in light of the feedback that has been received from residents. So what I am here to talk about today is primarily my concerns around the changes on Hanover Street. I live on Hanover Street. I'm a resident there. And I understand that the proposal has come about because of a concern that has been raised about the alleged difficulty of emergency service vehicles having access down the street. And I acknowledge it's a narrow street. I hope that you've all taken the time to actually visit the street and take a look for yourselves. But yep, I acknowledge that it's narrow, as are hundreds of streets across Wellington. I think that's pretty fair to say. And in my over 7 years living on the street, I've witnessed emergency service vehicles access the street. I saw an ambulance go down the street last week on the odd occasion that they need to attend to an incident. I've also witnessed many large trucks go down the street on a daily basis. Rubbish trucks access the street. We've just done a major renovation on our house. We had concrete trucks going down there. No issue. So in saying that, it seems that vehicles do access the street when they're needed. I note it's interesting that the ability of emergency service vehicles to easily move around Wellington does not appear to have been considered when installing the recent influx of speed bumps across the city, which seems to really undermine the rationale for the proposal on Hanover Street. I don't consider that there's an adequate justification for removing half the parking on the street, which would have a detrimental impact on the daily lives of residents. I'm concerned that in removing over half the parking on the street, there would not be sufficient parking for residents, many of whom do not have usable off-street parking. Further, in removing parking elsewhere in Wadestown would only put greater pressure on this limited parking on Hanover Street, which is also used by people accessing the playground, the shops, as we're just around the corner from there. I'm a mother. I've got a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. And in addition to removing the parking on one side of the street, you're also proposing to remove the parking on both sides of the street immediately outside my house. And apparently this is for a passing space, which seems to me to be completely unnecessary. If you're proposing to remove the parking all the way down one side of the street, why do you also need a passing space? Not sure on that. So therefore, I'm not going to be able to park in the vicinity of my own house. So with my 2 little kids, where are we going to park our car? We only have one car. You know, we're not a household with multiple vehicles. We use public transport regularly. We walk into town. You know, we're not heavy users of a vehicle, but when we do use our car, we're not going to be able to park near our home. I'd really like you, in considering your proposal, to put yourself in the position of me or other people on the street, including there's a number of elderly people who they don't have off-street parking, so they rely on parking on the street. Put yourselves in our position. Where are we going to park our cars? We're now going to have to walk from God knows where to get home. Especially if you're going to be removing parking elsewhere in Wadestown, there's going to be all these other people parking on our street. I want to finish today by circling back to my first point. The council does not have mandate to make these changes based on the response to the proposal. And in your role as elected councillors representing residents, These proposed changes simply must not go ahead. That's all I wanted to say. Happy to...
Thank you, Kim. That was absolutely on time, so you've done well. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us and coming along today.
Thank you.
And next we have Jonathan. I think you were in the room too, so 5 minutes. Questions if you'd like.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I just want to voice my opposition to the proposals in the Wadestown Connections project. Firstly, there's no mandate for these changes. According to the Council's website for the Wadestown Connections, there are 633 responses to the public consultation. I'm sure you have the numbers, but I'll give them to you again. Do you support the proposal to install a parking 120 permit holders exempt parking scheme in Wadestown? Only 53% of respondents either strongly opposed or opposed that. Only 37% of respondents supported that idea in some way. The rest were neutral or didn't know, didn't answer. Do you support the proposal to install no stopping lines on several streets in Wadestown? 49% of respondents either strongly opposed or opposed this. Only 40% of respondents supported the idea in some way. The rest were neutral, didn't know, didn't answer. Do you support installing changes for people on bikes on Blackbridge Road and Wadestown Road? Only 55% of respondents either strongly opposed or opposed this. Only 37% of respondents supported the idea in some way. The rest were neutral, did not know, or did not answer. As the elected councillors, your job is to govern the city for the people. The people of Wellington, and for this matter, primarily the people of Wadestown and the nearby suburbs, have quite clearly said that we do not want these changes. The council needs to go back to the drawing board and redesign this scheme to take the feedback that has been received on board. If you do not redesign these proposals at this stage, then the consultation for the Wadestown Connections project will have been a sham. To propose these changes to Wadestown, then to have received such overwhelming opposition, and to get to the point where you're considering going ahead without any redesign, is of significant concern given your roles. I live in Hanover Street in Wadestown. The council proposes to remove half the parking on the street, which is completely unnecessary, and the justification for doing so does not stack up. Hanover Street is a wonderful street to live on. We're lucky enough to have a track at the bottom of our street with access to Trelliswick Park, and the Te Aroha Trail runs along Hanover Street. The Wadestown play area is at the top of the street, and bus stops are nearby. If you visit Hanover Street, you will see it as a narrow street. It's a street of character houses, mostly built quite a long time ago. My understanding is many of the houses on the street, on Hanover Street, were built to house workers who built the railway line to Johnsonville. There are lots of houses that don't have off-street parking, so many residents rely on on-street parking, not only for ourselves, but for our friends and families that come to visit us, for tradespeople and others. If you visit Hanover Street, you will see vehicles parked on both sides of the street, and everyone is getting along just fine. You'll also see that large vehicles can navigate the street quite capably. This includes emergency vehicles on the rare occasion they visit, but more frequently rubbish trucks. If you visit Hanover Street, you'll see the residents include young families, elderly people, and otherwise just fairly ordinary Wellingtonians going about their lives. The current parking on Hanover Street works just fine. Removing half the parking on the street is going to make people's lives very difficult, and your job is to make our lives better. I don't want to come home with my two small kids and find I can't park in my street. I especially don't want to see one of our elderly residents drive home and find they can't park in the street. Removing half the parking means that's a serious risk. I also want to say that my young family often needs to visit the Wadestown medical practice, which is a wonderful asset to our community. We're lucky enough to be able to walk there. It's just around the corner, but there are lots of people who don't have that luxury. Why are you proposing to make it harder for the wonderful doctors, nurses, and other staff who work there by removing their parking? You need to seriously reconsider this aspect of the proposal and not make things harder for our medical professionals. I just want to remind you again that 58% of respondents either strongly opposed or opposed to proposed changes in Wadestown. There's no mandate for these changes and they cannot proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Fortunately, don't quite have time for a question because we're running a touch behind, but thank you for coming today and sharing with us. Genevieve, have we got you in the room? Yes. So Genevieve, you've got 5 minutes. If you want to leave some time for questions, you're very welcome to, and it's over to you.
Start. Tēnā koutou katoa, Madam Chair and councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today to my submission. I'm Genevieve Orr, you know that. I've lived in Wadestown for nearly 40 years. I have many thousands of data points that inform my submission. The Council's proposal is about safety and community. Some of us would comment, not for those who live in Wadestown. My submission is about safety and community for everyone. Cyclists, drivers, people who drive through Wadestown, people who drive around Wadestown, pedestrians. Safety is not divisible, and safety is primarily about speed control. Wadestown is the main road in the area defined by the 30k speed zone. Is one of the steepest, twistiest, most turniest, confused main roads, suburban road in Wellington. It has very restricted sight lines and major blind corners at several points. Some years ago, Wellington residents voted for a 30k speed zone, as did other communities in Wellington, and with good reason. We never got it. We got pink paint, we got signs with 30 written on them, all passive tools and no enforcement. That's what we got. We also got increasing through traffic, the Wadestown Rat Run. It's basically a free-for-all. You can drive at any speed you like and there is nothing and nobody to stop you. There is a very big difference between going 30, 35, 40 or 50 or more, especially if you're a little person or an old person or any kind of person. And if you think of how congested and narrow the main road is, particularly in the suburban area, the village area, where all the facilities are, in some places the footpath, if it's good outside the dairy, it's this wide. If it's not on the other side of the road, it's that wide. It's really dangerous. It's congested and it's unpredictable. It's also the heart of our suburb, where most of the facilities are, as I said. Doctors, churches, dairies, takeaways, creches, playgrounds, school. The primary school is nearby. Having people drive in an uncontrolled fashion is destructive of community. Going on the main road is simply a huge risk for everybody. It's not unreasonable, I believe, to want to feel moderately safe walking and driving around your own suburb. And this applies to people who are driving through, even if they'd rather go 50 or 60 because they've got to get somewhere else. It's not unreasonable to want a moderate level of safety for children to get to and from school and anybody else who uses the facilities in the village. People do what they can get away with. It's another principle of traffic management. What do we need? We need the same level of proactive speed control that other suburbs have. Just nearby, Kelburn, Crofton Downs, Nio, and in a different topography and a different tools, the Candala village. All of these areas have very effective speed-activated signs. And in my experience as a driver and watching people, those are the most effective way. Paint won't cut it. People don't care about paint, that's obvious. A sign that flashes at you, slow down, and tells you your speed, and when you know, always, most people know they're in a speed zone, restricted zone. That is effective. I believe that that sort of signage would work at both ends of the 30k zone and also in the middle, because people seem to get to the middle and see a nice straight down past the children's playground and they put their foot down. They also speed coming up. It's very depressing standing in the children's playground watching that, thinking, well, thank God the kids are behind the fence, but at some point they've got to be let out. The best example I've seen is a relatively recent speed-activated sign, and that's in Kelburn. You cross the viaduct, you go around Upland Road, and boom, right in your eye line as a driver, is a very strong, well-lit, powerful sign, slow down, and it reads your speed. Now, if you ignore that, well, I think you're just evil, really. But until speed is actively controlled, there won't be safety in the suburb, and it will continue to be fractured. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Genevieve. Come just to the end of the 5 minutes, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dwayne Hendrickson.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, Dwayne. So you've got 5 minutes. If you do want to leave some time for questions, you're very welcome. Come to the table or the podium, whichever one you prefer.
Right. Kia ora koutou katoa. E raurangitina mā tēnā koutou. Ko wai au, ko Dwayne Hendrickson. Hau. To everyone gathered here, my name is Dwayne Hendrickson. I'm a resident in Wadestown. And I think in terms of providing an oral submission today, I'll keep it brief. So I probably won't need the full 5 minutes. Following on from my submission, which I provided online, I guess the key points that I wanted to raise today, there's no disagreement from myself or my whānau when it comes to understand the role of improving our roading networks and making it safer for cyclists, for pedestrians and other users of those roads and how they access those roads. I think the aspects that I want to focus on here is the intent behind why now and what's next. I think it can feel as though there is a move against those individuals that utilise private motor vehicles. And I think, so it's not a binary sort of discussion. It's not cycling is an issue or cars are an issue. I think for those of us that rely on the use of our own private motor vehicles, and we carpool and we use them to ferry a number of whānau members off to various things, having guaranteed parking, parking that we also pay for, through resident parking is something that we want to make sure is guaranteed. And I know as part of the proposed changes that there's some nuance to that, and I think by and large aspects of it can work. But for those of us that may have to move whānau members to somewhere during the day, whether they are vulnerable or whether they are young children going to school, we need to also be able to have a guarantee that when we come back home, that we'll be able to have parking. Because when I look at where I am in Wadestown, which is on Grosvenor Terrace, we're also co-located around other businesses, and those parks, even at present, are often used by clients of those businesses. So I think there is a wider issue there around parking, and I just want to make sure that it was understood that for a lot of us that have submitted, it's not about being anti-cycleways. In fact, I support the increased development of cycleways and ensuring that safety provisions are there for those who utilise cycling. But for those of us that do rely on cars for certain reasons, to make sure that we still have parking there and that parking does not become more increasingly difficult to access, and that it is still guaranteed for those of us who have particularly walk-on access. And one of my concerns was that when this was being scoped and framed as an issue, was it an issue because it was only related to certain streets that had raised it as a concern? Because for many others of us within Wadestown, it hasn't been as much of an issue as it appears to be for a certain street, like Sefton Street. So I just wanted to check the intent behind why now and what's next. There's that aspect of vulnerability I touched on as well. Going up Park Street, Grosvenor Terrace, Lenore Road, and going up where it meets up to Wadestown Road, there are a limited number of places for pedestrians to cross. And so for those of us that do have that on-street parking, because we live on walkways, often a couple of 100 metres, like where I live on Orchard Street, we do have to cross those busy roads with our children. And so if we do have to park further away, we're exposed to more risk as we move our children back to our homes than we already are exposed to at the moment. When it comes to restriction on speed, that is something I would certainly support or endorse. As a resident who certainly not been there as long as some, but for the last 4 years, there is a high degree of speed which people travel around Wadestown. So that's really just the focus of my submission today. It's just making sure that those that do rely on cars, particularly those that have walk-in access to their properties, are still able to be guaranteed their on-street parking. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. Appreciate you coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. Bang on 5 minutes as well. Rebecca Scrimshaw-Roberts. Yeah, I think you've been in the room for a little while, so you probably picked up the just by now. 5 minutes and time for questions, if you please.
Good afternoon. This should take about 4.5 minutes, and I'll have to read it off here with quite some urgency to get through it. Our family is a one-car family that lives on Pitt Street. We do not have any off-street parking. We are keen cyclists and runners, and we use public transport often. We are already less reliant on a car, which was one of your headline slogans. However, we are still reliant on a car. We wouldn't be able to get on with life without it. We get our groceries in Batoni. We take our son to swimming lessons. Sometimes we need to go to after-hours doctors, and we have family that don't live in Wellington, and we need a car to visit those people. On Upper Pitt Street, there are currently no issues in finding a park. However, it doesn't take much to tip the balance, pitting residents on residents. On Upper Pitt Street, you'll be removing at least 4 parks and putting P120 on nearby streets, driving commuters up to our area as well. This will reduce our chances of getting a park, which the staff member at the information session agreed. And on top of this, we'll have to pay $199 per year for the pleasure of maybe getting a park. And the council knows this is going to happen. It is mentioned in your Wadestown Connection business case. Resident-on-resident parking demand as the primary parking conflict is a different theme of parking pressure than encountered in Newtown, which is dominated by commuter-on-resident parking conflict. We think the removal of 4 parks outside of 66 and 69 Pitt Street isn't justified. Heavy vehicles navigate Pitt Street without issue, and we were told at the Wadestown information session that the reason for the removals are due to legal requirements. So with a follow-up email, we were responded to saying that the legal requirement is a road lane must be 2.5 metres wide. But it's not the legal requirement that requires these removals on Park Street, it is your guideline, which is a 2.9 metre lane width, because when you have parking on either side, your guideline is 2.9 metres in the middle, which is just a guideline, not law. Pitt Street, according to the council, is 6.72 metres wide. If you take out 4 metres for the 2 metre park widths, this leaves 2.72 metres, which is 2.72 metres, which makes us 18 centimetres shy of the guideline. That is a hand width. From research, 2 Hilux utes could be parked opposite each other, and Pitt Street is still wide enough to accommodate the widest vehicle allowed on New Zealand roads, which according to NZTA is 2.55 metres, and there's still some wiggle room on top. What's worse is that on the same street, outside of 72 Pitt Street, the council is allowing cars to park either side of the street. The width of the street is the same, and there is no logic to any of this. Taking out 4 parks for the sake of 18 centimetres is ridiculous, and I believe the council can use discretion in retaining these parks. The yellow lines outside of 66 and 69 Pitt Street could be unrestricted parking because this layout is happening on Morehouse Street, so I know it is possible. The website states that you are introducing a parking scheme for part of Wadestown that would make it easier for residents with no off-street parking to park closer to home while still allowing tradespeople, visitors and shoppers. But I'm sure the residents of Hanover Street and Blackbridge Road strongly disagree. The website has other exaggerated statements such as Wadestown is coming to a standstill and a gridlock. This is totally untrue. And in the Wadestown Connections business case, you state that community resistance, if there is poorly communicated rationale for the parking scheme, that you might face resistance from the community, and that, quote, council might need to make decisions without good community support to align with the parking policy that has been developed and agreed. Why are you engaging with the community if you're going to steamroll ahead with changes anyway? This seems undemocratic. And from your statistics, from the survey. 58% of respondents were against this project, 46 strongly opposed versus 21% strongly support. Where is your mandate? And I believe the council is treating the citizens of Wadestown and Wellington unfairly by glossing over information in the engagement, not taking on community feedback, wasting $650,000 on propaganda, pointless engagement sessions, paint and ghost road markings. And in closing, I contacted Greg O'Connor, our MP, and he said he believes that council, from previous experiences, has taught the council to listen to their community, and let's hope he's right. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Pretty much bang on 4.5 minutes, so nice and direct feedback there as well for us to take on board. Next I have Alex Dyer. Alex, don't think I need to go over the rules with you. You know the drill by now.
Here is okay?
Absolutely.
Kia ora koutou. Yes. Thanks everybody for the chance to speak today. Won't be terribly long. Basically, saying that we're very much in support of, completing the cycleway part of this project. And yeah, thanks for all the work that's going into this. So it's really appreciated. We can't stress enough the importance of achieving a network effect, which is going to allow more people choices to get from place to place by bike. At the moment, they have unreasonable conditions to contest if they're on their bike. So a lot of people are choosing not to, is our reading of things. So thank you for continuing to roll out the network, because that's what we're really after here, is keep our eyes on the prize. Yeah, I really want to stress the importance of the work that's going into Blackbridge Road. It's quite a steep street if you are unfamiliar with it yourself. So the very least we can do is to improve the experience and the comfort of getting up that hill for people on bikes, which is pretty much what we see from the layout configuration in this project. For those of you who enjoy, or not enjoy, but maybe see that if you have people unhappy on both sides, you probably got it right. There's a lot more that we'd like. It doesn't go far enough, the design as it currently is, in our view. It's just painted bike lanes for a lot of that section with little to no physical protection. And then the downhill is very fast as well, which is going to be challenging for less confident cyclists. The thing what we recommend is that if you can't fit properly separated cycleways, and in this case a separated uphill lane, we need to also incorporate good speed management, because that's the other thing that can ensure safety and comfort for people riding. So in these space-constrained spaces, that's what we recommend would need to happen in this instance. The other thing is that it's a project that's gone through the previous long-term plans approach of transitional, transformational. This still feels like the outputs of a transitional, and we're quite concerned that there won't be another pass at this. This is as good as we're going to get. So we're calling for more up front, because we're seeing less chance to get more improvements and a proper solution further along the line. So if you can't fit separated cycleways, we need speed reductions as well, and we don't see enough of those speed reductions in the layout as it currently is. So just to reiterate, we're really supportive of repurposing parking spaces, especially for enabling people to ride bikes safely. And the speed limit stuff, the speed change things is the real curly one for us here, because I know there's more headwinds coming that mean that speed management is less of an option. I encourage you to push on with finding a way to make that happen. And that's I guess where I'll leave it here for today. Are there any questions?
Yes, Councillor Free.
Yeah, so thanks, Alex, for mentioning speed, because one thing that concerned me was a cyclist who's now cycling up Wadestown Cycleway on Wadestown Road, I think it is, said it felt more dangerous because cars appear to be going faster. Do you have any comment to that?
Yeah, so this is this grey area between where you've got some separation but not physical protected separation, is that you've got less cars parked on the side of the road, and cars are frequently being used around our city as traffic calming devices. So when we take that parking away, when we give more space, it appears like a space that people can drive a little bit faster, which is maybe the behaviour you're seeing in that instance. So that's the important thing, is if you're actually providing safe space for people cycling, it needs to be protected to replace that sense of traffic calming separation.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex. We're just out of time now, but thank you for coming in today and
Kia ora,
sharing
kia ora
thoughts.
whānau.
Julian Wilmington. Kia ora, Julian. So you've got 5 minutes. If you would like to leave time for questions, up to you, and let you take it away.
Kia ora. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Ko the River Thames toku awa. Ko the Stirling Castle toku waka. Ko ahu mairangi te maunga. Engari haere te mea ko taku maunga tēnā. Engari I tipu ake au I rongi ake I taua pukera. Kia ora koutou. I'm a very Pākehā New Zealander. I'm privileged to have grown up on a hill that I grew up knowing as Tinakori Hill. And I'm very glad to have come back a couple of years ago from an overextended OE and see the signposts around Wellington saying it's called Te Ahumairangi. That was the original name. It's a beautiful thing to come back home to discover that we've got correct name places and signposts. And to me, it's also a sign that positive change can happen, and that sometimes going back is going back to the future. Sometimes we can make changes even if we go backwards, in a sense. And so I'm here today to say thank you for that. Thank you for the progress we've made so far on safe cycle lanes. And also to offer you more than 30 years road experience as a cyclist and a driver here in Wellington and overseas. I was in South Korea for 20 years. I cycled in small towns. I lived for 2 years in Busan. It's a city, one city, the second city in Korea has the same population as all of Aotearoa, New Zealand, in one city. And I lived for 2 years in Seoul, cycling on the streets the whole time. Why did I feel safer there than I ever did cycling around my hometown, the capital city of our beautiful country? Why? There's similar sort of infrastructure there in many of the cities and towns, by which I mean there are safe cycleways that extend for like 200 meters, and they're not connected. In other words, local councils have maybe taken the money and made a token effort and not completed the infrastructure. They've not completed the infrastructure, and so it's you can find stretches of patches of really beautiful cycleways, proof of concept, great, but it's not effective for the whole population. So again, I ask, why did I feel safer there than here? My experience is it's the laws. If you've got the legal construct shaping the way drivers think about how they approach relationships with other road users, then they're necessarily going to drive more safely, and cyclists like me will feel safer. However, the similarity between South Korea and New Zealand is the perception of safety. And so I really want to drive home that distinction. There's a very big difference between perception of safety and actual safety. And given the crises that we're facing, the health epidemic in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we've got a very similar diet to states, very meat and dairy centric with all the cholesterol and saturated fat and issues that all that brings. And so we want to get people moving. It's an active transport, right? I'm sure other people have mentioned that already. Then, given also that we need to really cut down on climate emissions, I'm sure other people have mentioned that already, I really want to drive home the difference between perception and reality of safety. The beauty of safe cycleways is that it lets potential cyclists who didn't grow up like me cycling feel safer and also know they're safer. And that to me is the key point. I grew up in number 1 Sefton Street, Highland Park in Wadestown. I lived there for the first 20 odd years of my life. I cycled every day to Victoria University and back for home for lunch and back home again for afternoon classes on my rally 10 speed then, yeah. And I was also doing other exercise and clubs, so I was fit.
Sorry,
younger,
Julian, we've just come to the 5 minutes. If you'd just like to make a few final points.
Sure. Well, I want to say it's not about me, but I want to acknowledge that most people don't grow up with that experience, don't grow up feeling, learning to feel capable of cycling. And it's those people, it's those of our neighbours around Wellington, and particularly in Wadestown, which is a thoroughfare. It's the last point I want to leave you with. Wadestown is a thoroughfare to other western suburbs, north and south of there. Many people coming through. So it's not just about folks in Wadestown, it's about everyone else beyond there who travel through on their way to town. I want them to feel as safe as I know they can be, hurtling down the hill or crawling up with other cars hurtling past on the way up.
Thank you very much, Julian. We need to move on for time. Thank you for coming today. Kia ora.
Okay.
And we have one more speaker before we move into the lunch break, Jeff Connor. So Jeff, we have 5 minutes. If you do want to leave some time for questions at the end, please feel free to do so. I'll leave it over to you.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Jeff Connor and I live near the top end of Oban Street in Wadestown. My main point is that the documents published about this project do not provide sufficient information for you to make fully informed decisions. My recommendation is that you delay making decisions until after council staff provide you with additional information about 2 things. A, the scope and scale of each of the alleged problems, and B, how the more than 200 changes in this proposed traffic resolution relate to each issue. Which of the changes relate to the bus, rubbish truck and emergency vehicle access, which relate to resident and commuter parking, which relate to the cycleway. This document doesn't make any of that clear. I have 2 more specific examples of the need for better information. First, on resident and commuter parking, how many Wadestown residents are unable to park within, say, 50 or 100 metres of the entrance to their homes? How many out-of-suburb commuter vehicles are being parked in Wadestown on an average working day? Is it 20? Is it 500? Are commuters' vehicles spread throughout the suburb, or are there areas of concentration? If so, where are the areas of concentration? Are there risks that commuters will migrate to other streets where no new parking restrictions are proposed and consequentially create parking congestion problems on those streets? If the P120 restrictions are largely targeted at out-of-suburb commuters, then why is it proposed that they would apply on Saturdays, Sundays and public holidays? Why is it necessary to impose the restrictions for 12 hours a day from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m? Would it not be sufficient to, for example, impose a P30 restriction from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and again from 4 a.m. to 6 p.m. and not have any restrictions between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m? I didn't see the answers to any of these questions in the documents that have been published, and yet you need answers to these and many other questions to make informed, pragmatic decisions. My other example relates to bus, rubbish truck and emergency vehicle access. Have council staff talked to bus and rubbish truck drivers to find out how many places there are serious access issues? If not, why not? If so, where are those locations? How many are there? Is it 2 or 3? Is it 50? Will the proposed cycleway create additional access issues for these vehicles? Again, these are important questions, but the published documents don't answer them. Finally, I have concerns about a criterion used in the WCC Transitional Cycleway Multi-Criteria Analysis document. On page 7, there is a discussion about the possibility of changing the lower part of Wadestown Road from 2 ways to 1 way to create a dedicated cycle lane. It was rejected for 3 reasons. It was a good decision. One reason was compelling, another is minor, but the third reason given is very concerning. Here's what it says, quote, "It would require extensive modelling of the network and have significant consultation obligations. This would be a lengthy process and not in the spirit of the Cycleway program," end quote. What concerns me is not the specific decision. It is clearly unwise to make that part of Wadestown Road 1 way. What concerns me is the mindset that underpins the decision, the reason. It implies that the views and interests of the people who live in the neighbourhoods where cycle lanes are proposed are of secondary importance only. It implies that implementing cycleway changes quickly trumps making informed, high-quality decisions. That view is egregiously wrong. These proposals will have long-term implications for Wadestown residents. Getting them right is more important than implementing them quickly. I strongly urge you to delay making decisions until you are given the information you need to make fully informed decisions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jeff. I do believe the document, just for clarity, is referring to our approach of what we were calling transitional cycleways, so ones where we might lay something down, then come back 2 years for a more fulsome development. So that's probably part of what's underpinning in terms of the consultation linked to that approach, just as a point of clarity, but you still raised a number of very valid points, and thank you for coming in and speaking with us now.
I have 20 copies. I'm happy to.
This is pass them over to Sian. She'll distribute them. We are now lunch till 1 p.m, so everyone take a break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. There are 5 minutes, and that needs to include questions if you want it to.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for taking some time to hear me. I've lived in Pitt Street, in the middle of Pitt Street, for 16 years with my family. We're a multimodal house. We have one car, we walk, we bus, and I have at least, often biked up Wadestown Hill when I worked in the CBD. So broadly, I support what the council's trying to do, and I'd really like to acknowledge what a big improvement I think it is for cyclists and drivers to have a small but safer cycle lane up Wadestown Road. I know not everyone loves it, but I do. Really well done. Having said I support all your objectives, the devil is always in the detail, and somebody always kind of has to compromise and lose. So there are just 3 things I would like to ask of you. 2 of them relate to Pitt Street, where I live. In the section of Pitt Street where I live for the last 5 years, parking has been incredibly under pressure, mainly from residents with multiple cars and many other uses for their off-street parking. We have also got pressure from residents in the neighbouring streets where there's more parking constraints and some commuters. Your plan to introduce parking mitigation measures in the surrounding streets will not include our part of Pitt Street, and so we all anticipate we're going to have even more pressure as you displace cars from A to B. Now, I've asked all my neighbours what they think about that and heard every response you can imagine. However, 2 of us are talking to you today because for 5 years we've given up trying to use our off-street parking. We're just asking that before you finalise the plan, you send someone out, come and look at what you could do to give us back our off-street parking. We'll gladly use it and get our cars off the road. But we do need some better combination of yellow lines and white markers. The rest of my neighbours in Pitt Street, on their behalf, I'm asking you to come back and review the impact these changes have had in about 6 months after you've introduced them, and give them another chance to say we need to be part of the restricted parking area or not. The third thing relates to Blackbridge Road. I don't live there, but being a cyclist and a person who has walked all around Wadestown with children and prams, I think it's good, and I understand why you're extending that cycle lane. I understand the public policy objectives and that people will commute 17 kilometres on an electric bike if you make it easy for them. But I also know that when you have to park a car on a steep street with no footpath, you're putting children, elderly people and people with disabilities at greater risk of accidents. So you need to revisit that. I see that the people who live in that street have made a submission on this point. I just ask you to listen and try to put some parking areas where you're planning on having car parks, at the very least, for their safety. That's it, guys. All the best with your project. Thank you.
Thank you. You were nice and succinct. Can I just ask you, do you have off-street parking that you're not using? Is that what you said?
Yeah, basically, it was just too hard, and I hated having to go and get my neighbours ticketed and towed. It's just a source. Your scheme for dealing with this is just driving neighbourhood conflict. When I contacted my neighbours, I ended up having someone coming who I have a long-standing relationship, yelling abuse at me, accusing me of being completely self-centred because I wanted something done so that I could get into my car park.
Oh, is it
and that's just what it's.
That's been blocked?
It's just a car pad. That's all I have.
Okay.
But there's a big lamp post that makes it really difficult for me to get into it. I have to back in at a precise angle. So when a car parks over the white lines that are there, I lose that ability. And my neighbour David at number 18 has the same issue. He can't get in without backing. It's not safe to do it or possible, and he's given up too. Yeah.
So you're saying there is actually off-street parking that's not being used that this scheme could potentially help with if we clarified everything. Okay, that's interesting.
Yep. Definitely.
Councillor Chung has a question.
Thanks, Christine. Much appreciated. Just a quick question though. What part of Pitt Street do you live in? The upper part or the lower part?
I'm in the middle. Well, it's actually lower Pitt Street. I'm just between Fernhill Terrace and Fitzroy Street.
Okay, thanks. I've actually gone to see the residents in Fernhill, but I haven't actually started on Pitt Street yet. So do you think that, if you give me a rough figure of the number of neighbours that actually have issues with parking on there and the numbers that don't, would there be more or one of the other?
We have really diverse views on this. 3 households that I've talked to, including mine, raised the fact that we struggle sometimes to get in and out of our car parks, and that we've all been trying to be really nice to our neighbours and doing stuff like parking over our driveways instead to not create an issue. Some of our neighbours, their issues more around that they've converted their garage into something else, so they've got cars on the street while they do that. Some of them have no parking whatsoever off street. And some of them are just like they have a third car because they have a nanny, or they have regular visits from elderly parents. So I found that we couldn't form a single view on what the right thing to do was for our street, but there is really strong feeling that we are going to experience more issues with these changes because you're reducing free parking in Fitzroy and Fernhill, around the Lennell Road area. My reading of it is that residents have been using whatever free parking they could around the shops as well. Okay. And commuters will park in our street too, because we're really close to a bus stop.
Okay, thank you for that, Christina. Yeah, we do need to stop there, but thank you for that useful feedback.
You're very welcome.
I'd like to invite Amy to speak to us. Welcome, Amy.
I don't know if you can see me, Christina, but thanks for your submission. Kia ora tātou, my name's Amy Russell. I live at number 32 Pitt Street, which is just immediately downhill from the church on the corner, so Lower Pitt, but the top of Lower Pitt. I said one thing in my submission I feel very strongly about, which is that anyone who is coming before you today and telling you that they know how this is going to pan out for Wadestown is not telling you the truth. None of us know. There are so many things that are being changed at once. So we're putting in cycleways that will affect the number of car parks further down the hill. We have commuters at the moment who drive to Wadestown and park and then either walk down the hill or sometimes even bus back up the hill and then get in their car. So making changes to the cycleways all around Wadestown, as well as changing the kind of parking that's available and how much is on permits versus completely open and so on, is going to, it's a very complex system. Lots of people will be changing their behaviour in ways that we don't understand yet. So my plea is that whatever you do, don't set and forget and hope that it works out okay. I think ideally speaking, given that the car parks have just come out for the cycleways and so on, the ideal thing would be to give it, say, 6 months and see if parking is actually a problem, rather than moving to say it's probably going to cause a problem, so we'll address that now with this thing. It would be ideal to wait and see if that actually does happen as people adjust their behaviour, and residents will adjust based on what commuters do, so it's going to take a while before it kind of finds a new equilibrium. I think my concern is that we might end up with a steady state that's quite a lot worse for residents than the current steady state in terms of the parking.
Oh, that's very, very concise. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Amy. I have a similar question to what I just asked. How many people do you estimate who are parking in Pitt Street would be commuter parking, and how many would be residents?
It would definitely be mostly residents, and I think the number of residents at the moment who would struggle to find a park within a short walk of their house is small. My concern is that we don't know whether that will be higher or lower as a result of shifting to more constrained parking that is intending to prioritise them. At the moment, it's very weather dependent. That's the other thing about Wadestown, because it's a really pleasant half-hour walk down into the city on a fine day. So the number of people who will catch a bus versus walk and leave their car or drive in, or the number of people coming from, say, Karori who will drive to Wadestown and then walk down the hill, that varies a lot, and it would be very easy to survey it at one time and get a different impression than another time.
Are there any other questions for Amy? No, but that's very useful information. Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we have Steve. Oh, Jeremy, sorry.
Sorry. Can I add one thing?
Yes.
I've just thought of something. Christina mentioned parking over driveways. We have a double garage, which we now park in. When we had a second car, we parked over the driveway and then got ticketed and nearly towed for that because it's technically illegal, even though the garage is literally opening onto the street, because you're not allowed to park in front of a driveway under the council regulations. If you could change that regulation, then we could park in front of our driveway again, and that would free up a park. At the moment, we're taking a park on the street.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chung.
Sorry, thanks for that, Amy. I'll just answer that. I've actually had another person complain about that, and so I checked with parking services, and yes, this is the rule that they actually apply. If a car is actually parked in front of a driveway, it doesn't even matter if it's their driveway or their garage, they will still ticket it. So that's going to be a problem, and it's going to be a problem to change the whole system. So I would suggest that you contact parking services, tell them that's your driveway, and hopefully you won't get ticketed again.
Well, when we spoke to them last time, they did agree to reverse it was a towing company. They reversed the $300 charge, but they said we wouldn't reverse it a second time. So I feel like it's like towing companies are within their rights to enforce that law.
Okay, send me a note. I'll give you my card. Send me a note, and I'll contact you.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. So we were moving on to, was it Jeremy? Yes. Yes. If you're ready.
Giving Steve,
Yeah. He, I think, has cancelled.
Okay, right, okay, thank you. I'm just going to talk about the consultation process and the business case mainly. The original information pack sent to the Wadestown residents didn't really clearly explain the proposal, I thought. I thought it was difficult to understand the big picture. Online was better, the maps and feedback and comments from the submitters and the stats dashboard with the statistical responses, a summary of the responses was very good. Now, the other thing that I question is the actual parking surveys that were done. I can't see myself any evidence to show where this justification came from for the whole proposal. We've got 3 different parking surveys from Abley, and it was in the project business case Wadestown Parking Management Plan document 13862, which is online. And this is meant to have an appendix in it, which that information is not there. So I cannot see any actual justification for the whole proposal from my point of view. And I don't like the one-on-one library sessions. I think they're sort of a divide and conquer thing. I prefer a large hall where people can get together and trade ideas. I don't like that approach at all, personally. Also, the online submission form had a lot of loaded questions like Wadestown parking and bike improvements proposal. Who said it's an improvement? Maybe for cyclists or a few, lone cyclists, but not for a large number of people in the community, like 68% of people who drive a car. So I think that's all. The whole thing was loaded. Another loaded question was, how important is it to change our existing street space and to make it safer and easier for people to walk and ride scooters? Actually, 0 people use scooters in Wadestown, according to the survey. And so, again, where's the evidence? Appendix 3 is missing. So how can they make that statement with no evidence? Also, it's a loaded question. How important is it to manage the street parking where there is high demand but limited space for street limited street space? Again, this is creating the problem. Putting dotted lines in everywhere and removing all the parks. I don't really think there's a big problem there from the start, but this is creating a problem with what the proposal is. Now, also looking at some information online, it was saying during the development of the designs of the Wadestown connections, this is from the council, we hosted 2 walking tours along the route to hear the community perspective on how the streets were currently being used. Through this, we progressed our understanding that the key themes we're hearing through the community feedback. Wadestown residents wanted their streets to be safer and more accessible for all vehicles, including emergency vehicles, and felt a plan to manage parking was needed to prioritise parking spaces for the residents. Now, if we look at the survey, it says absolutely the opposite to what the council thought they were getting from the residents. In actual fact, this is the survey online where all the stats come up. Now, it says, do you support P120 permits scheme for Wadestown? 54% oppose. If we add the stats together for oppose and strongly oppose and whatever the other one was, oppose, you get 54% oppose versus 37% in support. If we look at no stopping lines, 49% oppose, 43% support. Same for the bike lane, 55 against, 37 for, and for overall support, 58% oppose the whole proposal, 35% support. We've got 1 minute 20 seconds. The financial case, I think that all the information wasn't provided. Okay, there was the consultation submission process, 650k, and the parking part of it was 650k. No costings for the cycleway. So how can it be a democratic process if we're not given all the information? In fact, that was very difficult to find the info. It should have been given to everybody in the mailer. So I don't think this is democratic, and I don't think anybody should be voting on this because not the correct important information, i.e. how much the whole thing costs, was not given to us. All council are not following their own rules. If I look at Hanover Street and Barnard Street, one's 6.4 metres wide, the other's 7 metres wide. The council rules actually say that it has to be less than 6 metres before you put yellow dotted lines in. They're putting yellow dotted lines through all the way through there. Something quite wrong there. I think the ideology is to get rid of cars, and they don't care about how people live and what they need to live. Also, that comes from people in the council. We've got people from the cycling lobby who are in high positions. I won't name who, but you know who it is. And also the strategic planning manager. He's involved with World Economic Forum and a whole lot of globalist ideas. It's not about local communities and people. Right.
You will need to wrap up and make just a final point if you don't mind.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think I've covered it. So in summary, I think that the consultation process was very inadequate, and the evidence wasn't there. The business case doesn't stack up because we weren't given the pricing. Safety and emergency services, I didn't mention that, but there are issues there. I'll leave it out. We're running out of time. So yeah, I don't think we can make a decision on this because we don't have the correct information.
Thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate your time and feedback. Thank you. Lucy's online. Welcome, Lucy.
Kia ora. Thank you for listening to my submission today. Just to give you some insight into where I'm coming from, I'm a resident of Wadestown, so I've lived in Wadestown for about 9 years now. I've lived all over the suburb. I've lived down the Wilton end. I've lived around the kind of shopping centre, and I now live on Ann Street, so over the seaward side of the suburb. I am the mother of a young toddler. So for me, the changes that have been proposed, I very strongly support them because they actually increase accessibility to the suburb for me and my family. My child, I have a bike. I have a bike seat. It's much easier for me to get him around to do things like go to the local park, to take him to daycare on my bike than it is to drive. So I really want to emphasise that the changes that are being proposed in terms of parking and in terms of the cycle lane do improve accessibility for people who are not expecting to drive everywhere, because as it currently is, the parking in Wadestown is extremely oversubscribed. It's been my experience. We don't drive around the suburb if we can avoid it because of the level of oversubscription. So we're walking and cycling, and the facilities for walking and cycling are not very good. So improvements to them and control of the level of parking are really important to me and my family and to making Wadestown a livable suburb for us. The three things I wanted to particularly touch on, firstly, I've kind of talked about is the accessibility of the suburb for young families and access to facilities within the suburb. The second thing is I particularly wanted to talk about the proposed extension of the 30-kilometre zone around the shopping area. I really strongly believe that the 30-kilometre zone needs to be extended on the town side as well, so towards the library. The library and the village green are a really important part of the kind of centre of the suburb. Obviously, that's somewhere children and people with children are going a lot. And currently, the whole area around Morehouse Street, where the library is on, and turning into or out of Morehouse Street is really scary and dangerous because there's a blind corner, and it's before the 30-kilometre zone starts, and people come through there at a very high speed. Quite often, if I'm on a bike, I actually choose to go up to the crossing and kind of use the pedestrian crossing to turn out onto the road, because it's not really safe for me to turn right out of Morehouse Street to go back to my house on a bike, certainly not if I have my child on the back of a bike. And I just think in terms of the speed at which cars are moving through and around the suburb, around those places people are walking, if we could have the 30-kilometre zone extended to past Morehouse Street towards town, that would be significantly safer and can significantly better for pedestrians. The second thing, or the third thing that I want to talk about is, in my opinion, as a resident of Wadestown, so a bunch of P120 zones have been proposed. I don't think there's a problem with any of those. I do think, however, that there is a need for review and consideration of what happens in terms of people being pushed out of those zones and then parking being taken up in the areas that are not proposed to be restricted. So what I would really like to see in the ultimate traffic resolution is a commitment to a review of the parking scheme in a year or a couple of years to see is it working, does it need to be extended, because I do strongly feel that you, as I think other people have submitted, you will see once commuters particularly cannot park in the new P120 zones close to the main road, they may end up parking further out, and that will start to make it quite difficult for people in terms of visitors and tradies and access to their own houses and some of those side streets. And I'm thinking particularly here of Sefton Street, where that's the proposal for P120 on the lower half of the street, but not the upper half. Otherwise, I want to re-emphasise, I really strongly support the scheme in general. It's something that's really badly needed in Wadestown. I think it's really appalling that we're a suburb that is so close and accessible to the city, and the facilities for pedestrians and cyclists are so bad that people feel they have to drive around. I think much more could be done for pedestrians in particular, but what is happening here in terms of cycleways and the parking changes, I think, is very badly needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. We have time probably for only one quick question. Is there one? I'll ask one. Another submitter said there isn't actually much in the way of footpaths in Wadestown. Do you tend to agree with that?
100%. Footpath facilities are very bad. Lots of places where I've had a young kid taking a pram around, very difficult. Lots of places without curb cuts at the bottom of Sefton Street. You have to cross the road to get to the main road and the shops, and there are no curb cuts to cross the road. So you're hauling a pram up into the footpath and back down, and it's terrible. It shouldn't be that way.
Okay, thank you. We haven't got time for anything more, but that's useful information. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you.
So who have we got next? David. Thank you. Welcome, David.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Oh, online. Okay.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay. Thanks very much. Good afternoon. Thanks for some time to talk today. My name's David. I'm a 15-year resident and homeowner in Wadestown at 18 Pitt Street, to be specific. I have just a couple of high-level comments on the scheme, and then sort of a plea for thinking about things in Pitt Street and my own situation if the plan goes ahead. So overall, look, I would say that Wellington has a lot of high priorities at the moment, and I wouldn't put this on the list, especially when I think that it will not solve most of the problems it purports to fix. Most interested in the parking aspects of it, very high level, proposing to solve parking problems by removing car parks doesn't seem particularly logical. Adding in P120 parks will shift demand elsewhere to where there's unrestricted parking. So thinking about my own street, I live in right next to Christina, who spoke to you about 15 minutes ago, in the middle part of Pitt Street, where there will be unrestricted parking. Like her, I have off-street parking that I have not been able to use for the last 5 years through no fault of anyone's, apart from sort of some bad design of the parking. And if the scheme goes ahead, that's been fine because I've been able to park relatively near to my home most of the time, but the demand for that unrestricted parking is really going to go up. So I'm begging for some help to, if the scheme goes ahead, let me use my own off-street car park again. The reasons why I can't are actually quite numerous. In my own situation, cars park too close to the entrance to my driveway on either side of it. There are L lines, but they're installed far too close together. Cars park directly opposite my driveway between 15 and 17 Pitt Street, and the above-mentioned on-street car parks adjacent to my driveway and opposite my driveway are always full. The entrance to my driveway is narrower than most driveways on Pitt Street. The L lines the council installed some years ago on either side of my driveway are much closer together than most other driveways on Pitt Street. The street's narrow, such that when cars are parked on both sides of the street, there's only just enough room for one car to travel along the road. Together, those factors mean it's impossible to turn sharply enough to enter or exit my driveway within the space available without hitting cars. Many other driveways on Pitt Street face another driveway, mine doesn't, on the opposite side of the road, so they have more space to manoeuvre. And in addition, my off-street car park slopes downwards onto my section with poor visibility on either side, meaning it's really only safe to reverse into and drive out of the space. So to rectify that situation and allow me to park in my parking space, I think at least one of two things needs to happen, but probably both. The distance between existing L lines on either side of the entrance to my driveway need to be increased, probably by about 1.5 to 2 metres, and some yellow lines should be installed opposite my driveways for some portion of the space between 15 and 17 Pitt Street. So that's going to reduce on-street parking capacity a little bit, but if you were to coordinate between me and my neighbour Christina, I suspect that you would get 2 cars off the street, and there might even be a net increase to overall parking capacity. And one final point I'd like to make, just about the way you collect feedback. I suspect you're really suffering from a large sample selection bias. Anyone can provide feedback, and there have been cycle lobby groups, for example, encouraged to submit. I do hope that you think carefully about how you weight the feedback that you receive. People in Wadestown who live here and pay rates here all year round, in my mind at least, probably deserve a bit of a larger voice than cyclists who might travel through the suburb for 5 minutes a year. That's most of what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, do we have questions? One from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this. I'm trying to imagine your driveway, and we're going to go up to Wadestown to actually have a look at that next week. And
pop in and knock on my door.
Yep. Okay. So, with your property, did you know that you can actually have white lines painted around your driveway so that people can't actually get within 1 metre of your driveway?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in my submission just then, there are L lines installed already on either side of my driveway.
Yep, but that's not stopping cars from parking there.
They're parked within those L lines, but there is not enough space to get a car into the driveway between the space of those white lines that exists.
Okay, thanks.
You cannot try and reverse into my carport and turn at more than the very shallowest of angle. Otherwise, you'll hit the car on the opposite side of the road while you try to turn, and you will not be able to manoeuvre into the car park.
Thanks very much. We'll look at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have actually been sent a photo by Councillor Rogers, which we'll look at, and we'll look at it on our site visit. But thank you for your information and for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it looks like, are you saying we don't have anyone? Okay, well, we don't actually have anyone for the next little while. So we can, are you saying right until, we can take a small break. When are we expecting someone? Oh. We have got Philip Berry waiting. Shall we, Philip, are you happy to come a bit early and speak to us a bit early?
Yes, I am.
Oh, here he is. Hi, Philip. Are you happy to
Hello,
speak
can you
now?
hear me?
We're running a little bit ahead because a few people haven't come. You're a little
That's
bit quiet.
Okay, so not sure how I.
That's a
turn the
bit
volume
better.
up on this
That's
thing.
better. Yes.
Move nearer to
Welcome.
the screen.
So you've got 5 minutes, and that needs to include questions if you'd like them.
Absolutely. Okay, I've prepared something, so I'll just read it out. So, kia ora, councillors. My name is Philip Berry, and I live at 79 Pitt Street with my wife, Julia. Under the proposal, as presented, all of the houses with an address on Pitt Street, other than our own, have been designated as being in West Wadestown. When the boundary was drawn, it was decided that our house in 79 Pitt Street, the boundary line would go round it to identify it as being in East Wadestown. I do concede that our section does extend down to Roscoe Terrace, which is a very narrow and winding road where there's a small and virtually inaccessible driveway that exits onto Roscoe Terrace on a tight and dangerous corner. However, during the 18 years that my wife and I have lived at 79 Pitt Street, we have only ever used the on-street parking on Pitt Street, usually immediately outside our front gate, and use Pitt Street as our primary point of access to the property for safety and practicality reasons. We would be more than happy to pay an annual fee, as proposed under the proposals, to allow us to continue to park on Pitt Street, but under the current designation of our property as being in East Wadestown, this would not be allowed. Being classified as living in East Wadestown would require us to try and find an on-street park a significant distance away from our property, much further down the hill and completely out of sight of our property. As we approach our retirement years, the concept of having to park much further away from our property than we do now, and lugging heavy bags of shopping up the hill and through the back of our section, does not bear thinking about. All that we are asking is that 79 Pitt Street be recognised as being in the same section of Wadestown as our immediate neighbours in number 77 Pitt Street, and all the others with a Pitt Street address. This would only require a minor adjustment to the boundary line, and no change to any of the other proposed parking arrangements. I hope that seems fair to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Happy to take any further questions if you have any.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you have two frontages and your official address is down at, is your official address Pitt Street or?
Yes, Pitt Street, 79 Pitt Street.
Oh, that does seem a bit unusual. Maybe, I think the staff member next to me is indicating that we can look at that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any further questions from the committee? No. Okay. Well, that might be hopefully resolved. Looks like it's not impossible. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate your time.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Okay, so it looks like we've got Dr. Singh online, and we welcome you to speak to us if you'd like to. We're a little bit, no, we're not that much ahead of schedule, just slightly. Are you there? Lovely.
Yes, I am here, and I also prepare a presentation. I just sent it over to the, to the advisor. I'm not quite sure how he is, what kind of situation she is at the presentation, with the presentation.
Okay. Well, you have 5 minutes if you'd like to speak to us, and that needs to include time for questions from committee members if you'd like it to.
I know. I just sent over a presentation, and I'm not quite sure what's the advisor.
The committee members, we're trying to get that up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, it's all right. We can relax a little bit. We're not under too much time pressure.
Yeah.
We're just trying to sort that. Right. Looks like we.
Oh, yeah, I just lost you. Yes. So for my presentation, basically, firstly, I'm talking about some of the situation with the cycle lines here within the city, and not actually within the city, but just some places where I normally go. So I think from those pictures you can see there are quite a lot of you can see there are quite a lot of broken bars, and some of them have been there for quite a long time. So I'm just wondering what happened here, and also how the council are going to address this. Do you have any maintenance plans? And another question from me is, another question from me is when the Wellington residents in the Wellington city, when they see this, so what they say, what they will say about the city, management. I would say they were talking, they might say laziness. And for people from outside the Wellington city, when they come here, when they see this, so what are they going to say about the city? So that's my general. So my suggestion is, before you got a plan to address this, you got a plan to on how to maintain this, and I suggest that you delay the expansion until you have those plans in place. That's my suggestion in terms of the general, the ideas about doing these cycle lanes. And can you move down a little bit to another to move the yes, you can see that's that's some of the broken broken bars around the city, and some bars have traveled quite a bit from that's Taranaki Street. We do not have bars, but I saw the broken bars here, and yesterday it was I think it was by the gate, and the next day it was on the road. So I mean, what sort of things? Are you concerned about those things might cause accidents? And can you move down? That's basically my questions. And move the my presentation a little bit down, please. Next one. So basically, in terms of the Wadestown cycle lane, I don't think that the cycle lane is necessary. Yesterday and today, I went out for about an hour and a half. Yesterday, I went out between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. and then I only saw 2 cyclists. And this morning, I went out between 8:30 and 10 to 9. I only saw 2 cyclists. Which compared with I saw hundreds of cars, trucks, treatment vans, and delivery trucks in both periods. And I saw the 4 buses between 8:30 and 8:50 this morning, and I saw 1 ambulance. So I didn't see many people. Actually, that's quite usual. I didn't see many cyclists use the road. The reason is they are steep up and down hills. I have been living in Wadestown for nearly 20 years. When I was in my 30s, I tried to use the cycle. I used to bike, but it's too hard. I don't think I'm the only one. I think that's for quite a lot of people that's the reason. And can you move a little bit down? Next page. And Wadestown residents need parking space. Some households they do not have a direct they do not have driveways. For the first picture you can see, and also there are multiple units, and also there are rental properties. So they all need more than they all need parking space. And also the household in Wadestown, they also need space for playground. You can see playground, shops, and medical centers. And also they need space for various services. For example, waste collections, deliveries, treatments, vans, skips. You can see the third picture on it. That's a treatment van, and also the behind it is a skip.
Okay, Dr. King, I need to say that we're running out of time. So can you make just one last point?
Yes. Okay. Can you move that picture there down?
And it will need to be brief.
Yeah, and yes, what I say is a separate cycle lane may increase the risk for all road users. For you're going to reduce the space for cars, for different vehicles, and also increase the risk for bicycles as well, for cyclists as well. So that's my
Okay, thank you.
And also, good questions. Any cost? I mean, in terms of doing this, have you done any kind of cost-benefit analysis? Any kind of evidence that will benefit? And also, in terms of how are you going to finance the ongoing maintenance? I don't want to see, those broken bars everywhere, and also some of the broken bars laying on the ground, which can cause further damage. That's that's something I don't want to.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you've made those points quite clearly, and thank you. Thank you for your time. So I think now we've got Paul, is that right? Yes, would you like to come and speak to us, Paul? You're welcome to be at the podium or at the table, and it's 5 minutes, which does need to include questions.
Where would you prefer? It seems a bit formal.
It's up to you. Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. So it's 5 minutes, yeah?
Yes, and it's up on the screen if you want some guidance. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. So thanks for inviting me along. I really appreciate the opportunity. Appreciate this is a very difficult issue for you guys to resolve. Lots of opinions, I'm sure. Very, very strong opinions. I've done consultation myself in previous roles. So I fully expect that no one will be happy with whatever you come up with. But yeah, so a bit about me. I've lived in Wadestown for 20 years on the same street. I've got 3 kids, and they've all gone to the local kindy and primary school. I've got 2 at college now, at Wellington Girls, and 1 still at the local Wadestown school. I work in the city, and I tend to cycle or I walk or I catch the bus if it's raining, with my preferred modes. So why am I here? I'm here really in support of the proposal in general, because I believe change is needed. The reason I believe that is because over the 20 years I've been there, I've witnessed the streets becoming progressively clogged. Each year it gets worse and worse. But it's like a dripping tap. I haven't really noticed because it's been a slow, steady decline. But what's brought it to my attention more recently is I've been teaching my daughter how to drive, my 16-year-old daughter how to drive, and it's really brought home to me the issues around driving around Wadestown. Because I've lived there for 20 years, I've kind of got used to it. But when you're teaching someone to drive, you become really acutely aware of all the dangers and all the nuances of Wadestown. Particularly with parked cars, parked on both sides of the road, you're forced to drive into the opposite lane. You're forced to go around corners that are blind. And that's really brought it home to me. The other thing is I've started cycling to work more recently, and I had to stop because it was just too dangerous. And that's I'm quite keen on fitness and stuff, and so I thought riding work would be a good thing. It lasted about 3 or 4 months, and I just had too many near misses, and I thought this is just not worth it, which is really unfortunate. But I've been encouraged to start again because of the addition of the cycle lane up Wadestown Hill. And that was the danger point for me, was actually riding uphill around parked cars is the hard bit because you're going so slow. But that bike lane that's been put on up Wadestown Hill has encouraged me to try again. My wife would like to bike into town, but she doesn't feel confident enough for the same reasons. We're looking at getting an e-bike, and what's put us off is just that danger element. And so, the cycle lane has made a real difference there. I thought it was also a counterpoint. Through my own work, I'm aware of this thing called status quo bias, where you can tend the safe thing is just to do nothing. And I think it's a danger here is that there's pros and cons with any change, and there's a tendency, I guess, where the sort of cons get amplified, and that leads to sort of no change. But I believe we're at a point now where doing nothing is not an option. And so where doing nothing is not an option, I believe you're trying to find a compromise. What's the kind of least worst outcome? And you can't let perfection be the enemy of progress. So any solution you come up with, as I said, there'll be pros and cons to it. I think you need to look for the bigger picture and the greater good for the greater number. Just take a step back. So what's the problem we're trying to solve here? So it comes to me, the way I was thinking about it, what is the purpose of a road? Why do we have a road in the first place? Well, to me, the primary purpose of a road is to facilitate the safe and efficient movement of people by a variety of modes. So that could be cycling, it could be walking, it could be by a car or whatever. I think a secondary purpose of a road is it can be used for temporary parking, for delivery of goods, visiting people, for parking, etc. But that should only occur where it doesn't impinge on the primary purpose and where it's unsafe to do so. And that's what's happening in Wadestown. It's increasingly become unsafe. That secondary purpose is impeding the primary purpose to a point where the road is not serving its primary function anymore. Why? Because Wadestown's an older suburb. When it was designed, the cars were smaller and there weren't as many of them. Cars have got bigger. Utes are a problem now. Like where we are now, we would get two utes parked across the road from each other. You just can't get in between them. Well, not easily anyway.
So, Paul, we do have a question or two.
Sorry, I'm just...
That's all right. Finish off.
Yeah. And what I've noticed around where I live is there is actually a lot of off-street parking, but it's being repurposed. So, and I've got friends who do this, and I'd probably do it if I had a garage as well. There's a lot of garages have been turned into, workshops or various things. So, what's that done is people are not parking on their car decks or garages, they're actually parking on the road now. So finally, with regards to the proposal, it seems like a reasonable balance to me. It seems like that you have struck what is I think a fair balance. It will inconvenience some people for sure, but it will make things safer and give people confidence to try different modes of transport. And I think it's really important. We can't keep going the way we're going. It will hopefully stem the unrelenting tide of the parking issues. I think it's a small cost to pay, and it will actually help people who want to park outside their house because it will lessen the competition. So the fee seems quite reasonable and will actually help those people, I believe. I think you need to be careful where people are claiming the use of a public space as a private right, and that's when I hear people talking, they're sort of claiming it's my right to park on this public space. It's not there for your private use. If you can use it safely,
Okay.
It's fine. But yeah,
I need to stop you there.
yes,
I'm afraid we really have run out of time.
I'll just say my final point was safety trumps convenience.
Okay.
Would be my thing.
Can I ask a very quick question?
Sure.
How are you finding it going up Wadestown Hill on that new cycleway? An improvement or not?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay.
That was my main point
Okay.
of. Because you're going uphill, you're riding slowly,
Yep.
and you're trying to get around a car park slowly, and anyone coming around is just going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are finding it working for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry we don't have time for more
No, that's all
questions,
good.
but we are having a break, so yeah. We've got Morwenna Mitson Grills on the line. Okay, thank you. We're ready to hear from you. You've got 5 minutes, and that needs to include questions from the committee, if you wish to.
No problem. Just checking you can hear me okay.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Tēnā koutou katoa. Rareka ana ngā mihi kia koutou kua tae kora ki te whakarongo ki o mātou whakaro. Ka mihi ki te kaitiaki toa o tēnei whenua, ko te Atiawa, ko Ngāti Toa Rangatira, ko te Taranaki whānui. Ko Waio no Ingarangi ahau, engari no ko te whiwhi ki te noho ki te whanganui atara, naene, ko Morwenna tōku ingoa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I just wanted to open with a quick mihi to you all for taking the time to listen to the thoughts of the people of Wadestown. And I'd also like to acknowledge the work of the council staff who've supported this consultation. I think they've done a really excellent job. So thank you very much to you. I'm assuming you can see that large photo there. That is our house, 133 Wadestown Road. And I just want to acknowledge that we are very privileged to have off-street parking. So I do recognise that some of the changes will inconvenience people and that I'm in a privileged position where that won't. There's just two small points I want to talk about, and really I'm talking about a very small part of Wadestown. If you'd like to go to the next picture, please. So we live on the stretch that if you're coming out of Wadestown, you come down this bit of hill. So you come out of Wadestown, just past the 30 sign, round the corner, and then you're coming down this hill. It's a notorious section for buses crashing into cars.
And last week we had a bus skewed across the road that closed the whole road for 6 hours. Had there been no cars there, that bus would have just been stuck on one side of the road. It broke down because it had to gun itself up the hill. So I am fully in favour of removing the car parks from this particular section of Wadestown Road. However, the one thing that will mean is that crossing the road for us will become a lot more dangerous because cars do come at quite a high speed. And if you'd like to go to the next picture, that's the view looking from our driveway. So that's looking up the hill. We have cars that absolutely career around that bend there and come flying down the hill. Sadly, we lost our cat last year to one of those drivers. And I have 2 children who I just won't let cross that road by themselves. And the last picture is the view to the left from our driveway. And you can see we have very, very low visibility. At the moment, many cars are on our side of the road because they're avoiding those ones. So it will be better when there's no parking and the cars can just stick to their side of the road. But I am really concerned about the speed of vehicles because we have no pedestrian walkway at the bottom of our drive. We step straight onto the road and you have to step into the road to be able to see what's coming. So my submission really was about one thing and one thing only, and that's please to consider extending the 30km/h speed limit further down Wadestown Road. I know you've got a proposal to extend it a bit further. That stops before it gets to our house. I would really like you to consider not only for myself and my neighbours, but for those living on Margaret Street steps as well, because the steps also come down straight onto the road with no walkway at the bottom, and that's on a blind bend as well. So if you could please consider extending that 30km/h zone right down to the bottom of that stretch there. And I know this will annoy many of the car drivers of Wadestown, but if you wanted to take it to Blackbridge Road, I'd be fully supportive of that as well. And that's really all I wanted to convey today.
Thank you. That's very succinct. Do we have questions from the committee? Yes, one from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for that. I'm just looking at your photos, really good. I couldn't see around the corners. So how many cars would actually use that section of the road, for parking?
Oh, yeah, it's a good question. So it has got a lot busier in the last 2 or 3 years. A number of the houses along that stretch have been converted into apartments. And so we've seen an increase in vehicles. At times, every parking spot can be taken on that stretch, and there's a real backup of the buses, especially when you get one bus meeting another bus coming down. It's quite chaotic at times. So, yeah, sometimes there's maybe just 2 or 3 cars, but there's regularly at least 2 or 3 cars there at all times of day.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's... Oh, we've got one more? Okay.
Thank you for speaking to us. Just one question. I mean, you talked about 30Ks, and we've also heard that, you can put signs up, and we know through Wadestown Village, your signs up, and it doesn't make much difference. So just wondering about sort of others, and I'm not promoting speed bumps necessarily here, but just is there other, there are sort of design ways of, making roads a bit safer or encouraging a certain speed limit. So, and because sometimes even when you do remove cars, it encourages people that there's more space, so it does encourage speeding in its own right. So just wondering, do you think that even extending 30Ks, that we probably, if we were doing that, should we really just consider what other things should be in place other than just putting up a speed sign? And it might be a loaded question, but it probably is, but
Yeah.
we didn't talk about it, and I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I completely take your point. And there are cars. I have actually been overtaken by a car going through Wadestown Village itself.
Yeah.
Because I was going at 30 and someone just careered past at 50. So people do not take notice of the speed signs. But I don't think that's a reason not to do it. It is a law of the land that you are meant to drive by the speed limit. And if you don't, then there are penalties for that. And I do think lower speed limits do lead to safer roads for pedestrians. However, very open to looking at what else could be in there. Again, as a driver, I'm not a huge fan of speed bumps, but if that's the best solution for this stretch and makes it safer for myself my family and the wider community, then hey or no, let's look at it. So yeah, totally open to any thoughts that the council comes up with that is about road safety there.
Thank you. So thank you very much for that, Morwenna, and thank you for your time. It's great.
No worries. Thank you. Ka kite.
Ka kite. Just thinking we could fit in a couple. We have got some people here early. Are you ready? Are you willing to come and speak to us now? So I think we've got. Is it Hugh or Mark? Mark. Mark. Should we have you, Mark? Oh, you're waiting for someone. Okay. You said so. Oh, Robert. Robert's happy to speak early. Is that the case? Oh, okay. You can, you're happy to sit at the table or podium, whatever feels better.
Thank you for the time to speak. I had a PowerPoint presentation, a couple of slides, but they're on a thumb drive and they can't be taken up right now, which is a bit disappointing, but I've got paper copies, so
okay, thank you.
I thought I'd put some notes on paper for you. So if we start on the side that's headed, impact has not been considered. I had a look at the business plan for this. It's 70 pages long. I didn't find a lot that I'd expect in a business plan. And so I asked the council a few questions, and they were deliberately about, have you costed this? Have you done an analysis of the benefits for this? And had a response, an email response in the 9th of July, and there's been no costed analysis of the benefits to businesses or residents in Wadestown. So I'm finding that a little bit worrying. There's equally been no costed benefit of future revenues from this, so again, that's not costed. And equally, there's really no identification of the utility to residents from this. There should be benefits. We've got improved health benefits from cycling. We've got a range of costed benefits that need to be understood here, and they're not. And I'm pretty concerned about that because this has to be part of prudent expenditure. It has to be part of meeting our obligations to the citizens of this city to do good for it. I actually think it's flying in the face of the Public Finance Act, the Local Government Act, to not have this properly analysed. So I'm pretty concerned about that. So that's my first point. The second point is really about it does impact on our medical practice. I don't know if any of you are really aware of the state of GP practices in New Zealand, but it's pretty desperate. We've been underfunded for years by central government, and that's not your purview, but that is a reality, and many practices have shut their books. They're not accepting new patients. There's a practice in the Hut that is doing telephone only. They're down to one doctor for 9,000 patients. This is not going anywhere good, and right now we're not in a position to accept any more costs from anywhere else. We actually can't put our fees up because they're government controlled. The subsidies are inadequate, and many practices are breaking even or losing money. So in that context, I want to appeal to you to sort of consider the impact of what you're doing here on small businesses. We're a small business. When I spoke to the consultation people, said, well, we haven't really considered businesses here. Well, there's a strip of businesses there in Wadestown that are all trying to survive in a pretty hard economic climate. There are three big impacts to us. One is we really have no idea about the access, but right now it doesn't look like it's going to improve patient access. We have a lot of patients that walk to the practice or get out in a car on the street immediately outside the practice, get across the footpath. We have plenty of 90-year-olds, for example. So that has to be improved. It's currently not great. We're on the corner of a busy street. There's a pedestrian crossing that's almost a little bit blind to people coming up the hill. That has to be improved. We do have urgent deliveries of cold chain vaccines and samples and stuff. That's just day-to-day stuff as well as patients. So we're concerned about that. The public transport options aren't really that tenable. We've tried taking a bus to work. It doesn't work. We've got staff that come from places like Pororua. They have at least a couple of mode changes to get into town. We're talking about adding a couple of hours to the commutes of many of our people. They're already time-starved. this is not an option for us. Our staff have to drive. We're about 10 staff. Most of them are working 6/10. But, we were simply presented with the option, you'll have to buy a residence parking permit. We don't think that's on. I don't think we should have to pay to have people coming to employment, particularly when they're providing a service like healthcare. That doesn't add up. The costs of the parking scheme don't really work for us. We're facing a rates increase already. And we're paying $5,000 for water for a medical practice. We have a couple of toilets. That's the big water use. It's not big. But frankly, we're paying more for water now than I think we are in Saudi Arabia or Bahrain, where it's coming out of desalination plants. This has to be managed better. We just can't keep loading costs onto small businesses. That extra amount we have to pay for the parking permits would enable us to provide healthcare services to 50 patients. Or we need another 500 patients if we were making a commercial profit to actually pay for this. So what's going on here has a real impact on small businesses. And I'm, coming back to the fact I'm really concerned there's been no real analysis of the cost or benefits for us. I think I'll stop here. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a whole lot of questions. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. One of the things you said is just, I don't think so even you qualify to get a permit as a medical center, even if you are willing to pay.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if is that communicated to you or is that your perception?
No. It was a comment on the spur of a moment reaction from one of the staff there. He said, "Oh, well, you'll just have to get a residence permit." I don't think we could do that. We're not no one's resident there,
Yeah, so my second question
You're quite right.
Yeah, I don't think so that's the case. And second is, what do you think would be the impact on those small businesses and how that can be mitigated?
You'd have to talk to the other businesses, I think, to be honest. The strip shops are basically takeaway shops, so their Friday evening will be their busy night. They are working there during the day as well. There's at least one business there. It's a kitchen. So there's also a cafe as well. So I think you need to talk to them. I mean, I can present the impact on us, but it's Thank you.
I don't think we've got time for further questions, sadly, but that's been useful. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
And we obviously have time to look at this at our leisure too, so thank you. Next up, if we're going to keep pushing through for a little bit, or do we want to take a break? We'll push through. So we've got, just trying to keep up with myself, we've got Mark, have we? Yes.
We haven't heard him yet.
Welcome, Mark. And as I've been saying, it's 5 minutes, which does go by quite quickly.
Okay, right. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed Wadestown connection project. I'm a proud Wellingtonian who's lived in Wadestown for over 37 years. I'm both a car driver and cyclist. I'm watching my beloved city really struggling at the moment, hollowed out from its now desolate civic centre as councillors squabble, tone deaf to the community, telling you to stop these lavish projects and to focus instead on our base infrastructure. While acknowledging some of the cycleways have been very positive for the city, I do oppose the planned parking changes in cycleway in Wadestown for the following reasons. Firstly, I believe the premise is incorrect. In the council supporting documentation, the stated objective is to improve safety and accessibility. However, NZTA crash location data for Blackbridge Road, which is destined to lose the majority of its on-street parking for the new cycleway, shows that there's been not one single injury accident in the last 20 years. In the glossy council presentation for the proposed cycleway is an image of a mum with 2 toddlers on an e-bike. Is the council really suggesting that those 2 children will be safer on an e-bike than in a child restraint seat inside a car protected with airbags? Shifting the vulnerable very young and old from cars to bicycles in what will still be a narrow roading network conveying cars and trucks is highly unlikely to deliver improved safety outcomes. Second point, adopting a highly engineered approach to improve safety is expensive and likely flawed as it fails to overcome the main problem. There's not enough space. forming dedicated cycle lanes at the expense of resident parking does not necessarily improve safety, as there are still nasty pinch points in the narrow roads where bikes are abruptly forced into the car lane. Studies carried out in the Netherlands have shown that shared spaces can be safer than highly engineered roads. Wellingtonians have evolved street smarts and local road courtesies to cope with our quirky streets. Just like our infamous airport, it's the technical challenges of our roads that makes most drivers careful. The Council's demonstrable lack of transparency and competency in managing these projects is a compelling reason why this must stop. It was very evident from last week's Council meeting on the Thornton Key debacle that even the Council's senior engineer was unable to deliver a straight answer on the status of the 110-year-old pipes that are now being covered up with a $50 million development. Ratepayers deserve better. Wellington struggling to pay their 20% rate hike, 3 times the current rate of inflation. Don't think that $125,000, I'm referencing the post 7 August, for each 15 centimetre high mound of asphalt is actually good money or money well spent. That's the same as the average household annual income. People, a whole family struggling for a year to pay for one speed hump. It just seems out of whack. Ongoing maintenance costs for the roads festooned with plastic sticks, road furniture and raised platforms will be a further ongoing burden for ratepayers. Fifth point, the Wadestown Connection project should be given a lower priority than managing core infrastructure. The Post article of 5 August informed us that WCC spending on pipe maintenance is half that of Lower Hutt and a paltry 1/3 compared to Pororua when measured on a per capita basis. Yes, the pipes are an inherited problem for this current council, but the above comparisons show that things are only going to get worse. To add insult to injury, the council's proposed response to its rising debt problem, which is in no small measure caused by these ideologically driven cycleways, is to consider selling core assets, closed swimming pools and other community facilities. Final point, by taking out parking along Sefton Street and other bus stops, you are discouraging people, including the elderly, from taking the bus. The current parking around the bus stops is assisting people to use public transport to commute to the city.
We do have a question if you'd like to take that.
Yeah, shall I stop or what?
Oh, no, just finish.
Okay, I'll finish off. Our city is really hurting. It's time to drop these projects, the ideology and the squabbling, and get back to fixing our core infrastructure. This will be the beginning of rebuilding the coolest little capital in the world. Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank you for coming in and also having a very close eye on the financial aspect of that. I just also wanted to ask if you're aware that in terms of these projects around sort of the bike improvements, it sort of constitutes about 0.17% of the rates increase. If you're aware of just sort of in terms of
I made quite an effort to find out what the costs of the projects were. 5 weeks ago, I did an OIA submission to the council to specifically ask them what the Wadestown project was costing. I still have no response, so that's not within the obligations, the OIA.
Yeah,
so I have tried, but that's why I said there's no transparency here.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah,
but thank you for your points, and we do listen, and you've made them very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so we will move to Hugh Robertson online. Welcome. The position is that you have 5 minutes and that needs to include questions. And if you can stick to that time, it's appreciated. Thank you. It's all over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hugh Robertson. I've been a resident of Wadestown for 26 years. I think that the proposed changes will make the current parking woes in Wadestown even worse than they are already. Wadestown Road cycle route from the city up Wadestown Hill has already seen over 25 car parks disappear. The Blackbridge Road to Wadestown Shops section will see a further 70 parks disappear, plus there are many other parks on streets such as Hanover Street, Fernhill Terrace and Fitzroy Street that will be lost. This will result in well over 100 parks lost from the suburb. We need more rather than less car parks to cater for the needs of residents, tenants, workers and visitors of Wadestown, and also for the commuters who drive part way and then walk or bus the remainder of their journey to town. Contrary to assertions made in the consultation document, Wadestown is not a suburb of cyclists. The suburb's simply too hilly. The cycle lanes up Wadestown Road from the city inexplicably stop at Roscoe Terrace, and from the other direction the lanes from Blackbridge Road will stop at Wadestown Village, leaving the cyclists to deal with what's likely to be by far and away the most dangerous section of their whole journey. So the loss of 100 plus car parks, is that really worthwhile when the cyclists don't even have a safe passage through the suburb? Now, in some parts of Wadestown, especially in streets close to bus or walking routes, parking pressure from out-of-suburb commuters will be real and exacerbated by the removal of 25 parks from Wadestown Road Hill already to make way for a rarely used cycleway, which is often partially blocked by debris coming off the roadside banks after heavy rain. In other parts of Wadestown, such as Fernhill Terrace that I'm familiar with, the main problem is finding legal parking in the evenings rather than during the day, because there are just simply not enough parks available. The proposed removal of 3 parks in Lower Fernhill Terrace to provide easier access for rubbish trucks and fire engines will be absolutely crippling. 3 to 4 years ago, the loss of a single car park further up Fernhill Terrace to make it easier for a person to park outside their garage caused a great deal of angst, and people often ended up having to walk an extra 100 metres to find a legal park, or they parked illegally. I expect that if these 3 Lower Fernhill Terrace parks are removed, 3 sets of residents will have to walk an extra 200 or 300 metres to find alternative parking on Pitt Street or on Wadestown Road opposite David's Hairdressers. Rubbish trucks manage to safely go up and down Fernhill Terrace at least 3 times per week, and to the best of my knowledge, a fire engine has visited Fernhill Terrace once in the past 26 years. And I've noticed that fire engines back into very much narrower spaces daily at their stations. I believe that these 3 parks must be retained. A possible solution to help maintain these 3 parks would be to remove all or part of the eastern footpath between numbers 5 and 9 Fernhill Terrace. We don't need full-width footpaths on both sides of a dead-end street. Another alternative would be to negotiate with the owners of 2 Fernhill Terrace to place more off-street parking on the little-used part of that property, which would add to the 3 existing platform parks on Road Reserve at the end of Fernhill Terrace. An even worse situation will exist on Hanover Street if all the parks on the eastern side of that street are removed, but a similar solution of reducing down to a single footpath or reducing the width of one or both paths where they exist would allow residents to still park somewhere near their houses. I'm worried that staff of businesses in Wadestown, who will often not be residents of Wadestown, will not be able to find legal parking as it is proposed here, and this may break those businesses if they can't retain their staff and they lose customers. There are a few positive aspects to the proposal, such as the removal of legal parking on both sides of Lennell Road between Pitt Street and Moorhouse Street. Currently, it's absurd to think that you could legally park on Lennell Road there under the current rules, but I've never seen anyone attempt to do so. There are several open green spaces in Wadestown that could be partially converted to add extra parking for the suburb, such as the triangle on the corner of Pitt Street and Wadestown Road opposite David's Hairdressers, and at Philip Meyer Park, where opposite the Dutch High Commissioner, where angle parking could be put in to be much more efficient. So overall, please abandon your plans to make a cycleway up Blackbridge Road through Wadestown shops, and please also remove the cycle lane up Wadestown Road Hill from Grant Road to Roscoe Terrace and reinstate those 25 parks that have been removed, which is putting so much pressure on the parking in Wadestown. So the loss of car parking, the 100 plus parks proposed, will be crippling for the suburb and its residents. Yeah, and I hate to think what will happen if it does go ahead. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Hugh. We are actually completely out of time for questions, but we appreciate your time and the information you shared with us. Thank you. I think we will need to take a wee break. We'll probably make it shorter than otherwise, but it might give the staff time also to see if we can get some of the later ones to come earlier. So we'll take a break for 10 minutes, resuming at about 2:25, and assuming that we've got someone to come then. Okay, so we'll see you in 10. And thank you for your attention, everyone around the table. had a short break. I'd like to welcome, is it Robert Collins?
Yes.
Yes, and you have 5 minutes to speak to us, Robert. It will go by quite quickly. And that needs to include time for questions if you'd like us to ask you some questions.
Okay. I noticed on your plan that Orchard Street was not included in the $195 parking plan. Is that correct?
So what street was that?
Orchard.
Okay.
ORCHARD.
Orchard. I don't have the staff member here to actually answer that. It is included, I've just been told.
There's no parking on it, but the residents would qualify.
Okay, so there's only going to be residents' car parking on that street, I understand.
Good. That was our major concern. Because there are a number of houses down the small walkway that have cars.
And nowhere else to park. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
There's no changes to Orchard Street, but the residents of Orchard would qualify.
Okay, so just to clarify the information I gave you before, there are no changes proposed for Orchard Street except that you can apply for a residence permit. So all of the parking that's there will stay. Unrestricted.
Would remain unrestricted. So.
Except if you wanted to have a permit?
Yeah, permits would apply to the other parks.
Okay. I might ask the staff member to explain. Now, we don't normally do this in submissions, but we will this time. I'm going to get the staff member to explain it to you directly, Robert, to make sure you get the correct, absolutely correct information.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Robert.
Hi.
From recollection, and I must check the plans, but the parking in the top end of Orchard Street, up near Wadestown Road, would remain as it is now, as unrestricted car parking. But they're down at the bottom of the Orchard Street steps down onto Grosvenor Terrace. The parking at that end, there would be some parking down there that would be changed to the P120 except authorised residents. And therefore, the residents within that area would qualify for a permit to park in those spaces if it was useful to them.
Right. Okay, so with me, I have walking sticks.
Right.
And I have to go up to Orchard Street to get my car. So if I paid $190 or whatever it is, would that guarantee me a park up in Orchard Street? Not down the bottom.
The answer to that is you won't be absolutely guaranteed your own park, but we will make sure that we don't issue more than 85% of the car parking spaces as to residence permits. So you'll have a good probability of finding a park, but it won't be absolutely guaranteed. It won't be your personal park.
And what about helpers that come in to help me, who sometimes can't park because of the amount of cars that are up there?
I'm not entirely sure of the provision for that. I don't know if I can ask for some advice again from our staff. Paul, are you able to provide some advice there?
Sorry, yes. I just wonder, Robert, whether you have a mobility permit, and if you were a mobility permit holder, that is something we could look to provide a dedicated mobility car park in the street. We'd have to consult with your neighbours, but doing that would enable people coming to visit you to, by displaying that permit, they could stay in that space. But otherwise, there is, through the proposal that the committee will be considering, there is currently no proposed changes to the parking that does exist up in Orchard or the top end of Sefton Street. So that would just remain as it is now, and your carers would have to try and find a car park as they currently have to find a car park.
Okay. Robert, we've probably got to the end of our time, but I am picking up that you may appreciate a phone call or something with some of our staff to perhaps clarify some of these things. It's probably not something we can discuss any further in the 5 minutes.
We will touch base with them.
But yes, I've been told that staff will touch base to make sure they have a clear understanding of your position.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you for coming. We were restricted to the 5 minutes for this process.
Sure.
So I hope it's been helpful.
It has.
Thank you.
But I would appreciate a phone call.
Okay, so I understand that is possible. Okay, thank you very much. We will need to move on, but thank you. So I think now we are going to, is it Duncan? Have I got it right? Yes. Duncan, yes. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. This process is mainly about you telling us your perspective, and then if you want to, you can allow time for questions from us.
Okay, kia ora, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm not opposed to cycleways per se, but I don't like the plan as it's outlined for Blackbridge Road, where it'll affect us. We live at 14. I've got quite restricted mobility, especially at the moment. I'm having a hip replacement sometime soon if I ever get to the top of the list. And I'm really very worried about the prospect of having to find parking somewhere on the other side of the road, and what looks like on the map, if I've interpreted it correctly, will be way down the hill. Getting just the normal things like food and groceries, whatever, in and out of the place will be very, very difficult for me. I am positive about cycleways generally, but I think that the way you're planning is looking at creating parking for us is seems like a huge compromise. Also, we have to pay for the privilege of having a park miles away, as against the parking which is perfectly adequate at the moment, straight outside on the street. So it's getting very expensive between rates and encroachment and now having to pay for parking. It's yet another burden on the ratepayer, and this ratepayer isn't happy about it. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think I've pretty much laid out my point of view.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? One from Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming on today. I've made an extensive visit to Blackbridge Road, and I find that road is actually a real issue. If we actually allowed some parks on the left-hand side as you're going up the hill, would that actually help you at all?
It could do, yes. It's certainly the left-hand side would be easier. And so on. It's really just, it's where it seems to be that you don't have, there's not much room for parking in your plan or the council plan, and B, it's on the other side of the road and quite a long way down.
I'm looking at an idea for a compromise in Blackbridge Road because I think that it's very problematic. So if we actually made no stopping on the right-hand side as you're going uphill and put a cycle lane down there, would that actually work, do you think?
Well, it's certainly the traffic flows much better if no one ever parks on that side of the road. That's the way the residents have largely, just by, accident or practicality, have operated, even though it's not a no stopping zone on the other side. People very seldom park there.
Yeah, because there's no footpath on that side, is there?
Correct.
Yep, great. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the committee? One from Councillor Rogers.
Apologies, I'm not particularly familiar with your specific scenario. I was just wondering, you mentioned encroachment fees. Do you have off-street parking available to you as well, or do you rely on the on-street parking?
We have 2 cars, so my wife uses the garage generally. So there is a garage there which we pay for the encroachment on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much, Duncan. I think you've been very clear. Thank you for your information.
Okay, thank you.
So we now have Kirsty online. Thank you, Kirsty.
Thank you, Kia ora koutou.
5 minutes for you to present to us and for us to ask questions.
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity. I was going to be a bit more prepared than I am, so I'm just going to ad-lib a bit. But I really just wanted to come along to provide a little bit more detail that I put in my submission and kind of reiterate my support for the proposal. So I do strongly support what the council's trying to do, and thank you for kicking off a conversation around this. So I'm a resident of Wadestown. I'm in the Wadestown West area. I'm on Hanover Street. My main focus really is on the car parking aspect because that's the one I'm most impacted by. But I do just want to acknowledge that the bike lane aspect, and I haven't looked at the proposal in detail, but I am a strong believer that we should be providing for all types of road users, so not just cars and motor vehicles as such. And I say that as someone who predominantly drives and takes the bus. So I'm not an avid cyclist by any means, but I do feel that we should be providing for cyclist safety and convenience. So I guess I'm saying I give principal support to doing something, and hopeful that through the submission process any real issues are worked through and ironed out, but essentially I support it. So in terms of the car parking aspect, the reason that I support that is that I really do think we do need to have some limitations. So I've lived on Hanover Street now for about, when did I move? 2010, 2011, so well over 10 years, and it really is quite noticeable that there are more and more cars parked on the streets. I think there's a trend of more cars per household, and so it's kind of doesn't feel sustainable, and for me that's a concern because the way the parking works on our street, at the moment we have parking on both sides, and it's a real accessibility issue. It really can be quite difficult just on normal days, most of the week, driving safely up and down without feeling like you're going to wipe out somebody's mirrors, the side mirrors. It's a community that has a lot of young kids, so they dart across the road and you can't necessarily see them coming out when it's so narrow and cars park so close together. And then it's an accessibility issue when you've got trucks and larger vehicles. I think, in my view, we also need to limit the parking or rein it in a bit, just for safety on the footpaths. So because Hanover Street's so narrow and you have parking on both sides, it's very normal to park on the footpaths. So that creates really narrow footpaths, which can be difficult. I'm past the buggy stage now with my kids, but it used to be difficult, especially on rubbish day, getting your buggy up and trying to navigate between a parked car and the different types of rubbish out on the pavement.
And yeah, so I think we should be thinking about we should be thinking about the safety and convenience of footpath users, not just the road. So I think that's another reason that kind of reining in the parking a wee bit is would be really good. And in my submission, I did have one suggestion or request to reconsider the proposal, and that's in terms of the parking, the resident permits for car parks. I think that's a great idea that residents get first crack at the parking. I think though, instead of the 2 permits per household, it would be more practical to have 1 per household. And the reason that I say that is that there is such a demand at the moment, so the impact of your proposal is going to be huge, and I think overall it's a good proposal, but I think it could be more pragmatic and less impact if every household had an opportunity to get a permit, just to get 1 permit, because already on our street, many of the households that use the on-street parking have more than 1 car, but also on our street we have a lot of people who live on Lower Weld Street, which is the area that doesn't have vehicle access, so we need to be able to accommodate them as well. So yeah, it just feels like it might be a better solution if and more people from more households, households would have an opportunity then to get a residence park.
Okay. Do you want to just make a last point? We're nearly out of time.
No, they're all my points. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that fitted really neatly into 5 minutes. So thank you, Kirsty. You've made some valuable points there, and which I'd noted. And thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Rosanna, here in person, lovely. Are you welcome to go to the podium or at the table, whichever you prefer?
Kia ora koutou, my name's Rosanna. So I live near the bottom of Orchard Street walkway, just up the road from Wadestown Vet, where Grant Road becomes Grosvenor Terrace. My household, it consists of myself, my husband, a 2-year-old and a giant mastiff. Our household has 1 car only, which we park in the residents only parking near Wadestown Vet. Since we live on a walkway, our house doesn't have any off-street parking at all. This 1 car is really critical for us to access family support network out of town, access medical care, particularly when we've had emergencies and we've been told there are no ambulances available, to transport groceries and get our son to daycare across town, and also to transport our giant mastiff to vet appointments. So my submission is going to focus on changes to residents parking. The Wadestown Connection website states that the changes will involve, quote, introducing a parking scheme for part of Wadestown that would make it easier for residents with no off-street parking to park closer to home. And I want to explain how the proposed changes will not actually make it easier for residents with no off-street parking to park closer to home. It will have the opposite intended effect, making it actually more difficult for us to park closer to home. And then I just want to explain the implications of that. So I live at the bottom end of Orchard Street walkway, close to Grosvenor Terrace, as I mentioned. The closest residents parking, because I'm on the walkway, is about 80 to 100 metres from my house. Currently there's space for 7 to 8 cars in the residents only parking, and these are taken up by residents from Grosvenor Terrace and Orchard Street walkways. On most days, there's usually about 1 spare space available, and the current arrangement is actually working quite well for us. So the council is proposing to open up that residents-only parking to non-residents for 120 minutes, with no restrictions between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. So what that effectively means is that more people will be competing for those limited parking spaces, and that's going to force residents who don't have any off-street parking to find alternative spaces. The next alternative spaces that are available are about 300 metres from my house. So just to provide an example, people visiting Wadestown Vet often park in the residents only parking, despite the vet actually having ample parking space. And that's particularly problematic in the mornings and the evenings when there's a lot of residents' car movements. When this happens, residents have to find alternative parks far away, and we often end up calling the council to complain and get a parking warden up. So if these resident parks are opened up to non-residents, then non-residents will actually be allowed to park in those spaces, which increases the competition with residents. So what are the implications of this? As I mentioned, when the residents' parking's full, the next alternative spaces can be 300, sometimes up to 500 metres away, and I've had experiences where I've had to walk that far. And that concerns me for several reasons. Firstly, mobility issues. Now, I'm relatively fit and healthy, but I do have some chronic injuries because of sport and pregnancy. But despite the issues, I am able to manage that 80 to 100 metre walk to my house from the current residence parking with groceries, a busy 2-year-old who likes to make a beeline for the road, and also a large dog. Now, if there's greater competition for the limited parking spaces and I have to walk 300 plus metres away, that's going to make life quite challenging. And I can only imagine what this will mean for residents who have greater mobility challenges than me. My second concern is about safety, and there's a couple of key aspects with this. So firstly is personal safety. So I mentioned the next alternative parking space is quite far from my house. These areas are not well lit, and I have concerns as a woman from a personal security perspective if I have to park far from home in the dark on a regular basis, and that's quite a legitimate concern for me, having experienced harassment in the past. My other concern is the safety for my busy 2-year-old. If I have to find alternative parking further away from home on a regular basis, that means that I'm going to be crossing those busy, windy streets with him in places where there are no pedestrian crossings. So these concerns I've mentioned demonstrate how the changes will not, quote, make it easier for residents with no off-street parking to park closer to home, and could actually have the opposite effect. So I'm therefore urging you to refrain from converting the residents only parking next to Wadestown Vet to the 120-minute parking. And just to conclude, I just want to address a broader question, and that's the evidence for the changes. So based on what's on the website, it seems that the changes are due to community calls. So is there any solid evidence that this is a problem beyond anecdotes? Because from a fiscal stewardship perspective, it's really important that there's sufficient evidence of a problem before making a financial investment. So that's all from me. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope these things are taken on board when making the decision.
Thank you, Kirsty, and that has actually nicely used up your 5-minute slot. Thank you very much. So who do we have? John. John Canty, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, whatever you feel happier with. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we've got your handout. Thank you very much. Would you like to begin? You have 5 minutes, and that needs to include questions, if you'd like them.
Okay, thanks. So I'm to speak about the general proposal and specifically how it will affect where we live. And I've sent around these photos. I have owned 2 Cecil Road since March 1982, and I lived there continuously since April 88. And I've always had access to property from the turnaround area opposite 104 Wadestown Road, which is the Wadestown Medical Centre. The steps, which are the public access way from Wadestown Road to Cecil Road, go past our house. The garage is below the house and is accessed from the turnaround area, which is in turn accessed and exited from Wadestown Road. It is impractical to park a vehicle or access the garage from Cecil Road, as there is no available parking above the steps. The garage, which is part of the property, has never been used to park vehicles during this time, as it leaks badly from the roof and the sides in wet conditions because of poorly impacted concrete when it was built. And it's too small for even small vehicles or for a person to enter or exit any vehicle that would be parked in there. It's also built on a bad angle for access to the turnaround area. The garage measurements are 2.4 metres in height 1.9 metres length and 2.5 to 2.6 metres wide, height 1.9 and length 5 metres. It has been and still is used for the storage, which I have accessed daily since 1988, as I have operated a business from home, which necessitates taking heavy items in and out of my van to the garage. The van is a Toyota Boxy of a compact size. This is the only vehicle I have in Wellington. I park in front of the garage at the bottom of the public steps from Cecil Road. I park in a position that never impedes pedestrian access to or from the steps or footpath outside the substation or the turnaround area. The turnaround area is not part of the main arterial Wadestown Road route, but has 2 entry-exit points to that road. I note that the online submissions about the proposal records 46% strongly opposed and 12% opposed, a total of 58% in its present form. And I ask WCC not to yellow line the area below the garage and the steps or the part of the road by the substation which is closer to the steps. I believe that for the part of the road that is next to the substation and public toilets, there is 1 restricted parking area proposed, and I believe that 3 restricted parking areas are proposed between the garage at 51 World Street, which is next door to our garage, and the bus stop. So I've taken those photos looking at the garage, the substation on the left, and the area on the right, which actually shows another garage, belongs to 51 World Street. Okay, how's that for 2 minutes?
That was very efficient. Do we have any questions? Yes, from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. Thank you for your submission. And are you aware, in case if what you are asking is not granted, your garage considered by council policy, you don't even qualify as the first priority to apply for the application?
I'm aware of that's what the council says.
Okay, are there any other? Yes, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I could get a little bit more clarity on the ask. I'm looking at the map of where the new broken yellow lines for no parking would be going. So I guess looking at the substation side, you're looking for about 1 more car park on that side by removing some of the broken yellow lines, and then you would like people to be able to park in front of your garage? Sorry if I've got that wrong.
Yes,
but
yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any further questions? 1 more.
So is there any general feedback rather than this is specific to your one? So you want to feedback about the street in general?
Sorry, I didn't.
Generally, is there anything that you want to say on that street instead of just only specific?
About the total proposal?
Yeah.
Yes. Lastly, the traffic does currently move on the Wadestown route in question, but is sometimes impeded because of traffic at rush hour. But I go up and down quite often, and we get there.
All right, well, I think that's brought us to the end of our time, and thank you very much for that feedback you've given us and the useful photographs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, we have everybody actually in the room, which is lovely. Okay, so we're going to be able to finish hopefully in person. Bruce is next. Bruce Stokell, welcome.
Do you have access to the internet? Can you put it on there? If I give you a website, can you just flash it up? You can't? Okay. Well, what I wanted to tell you is my credentials. I helped my son, Thomas Stokell, to set up what is now an international business in cycling. And I was looking at it last night, and there have been in America alone 380 million miles travelled through Thomas's Love to Ride, and that's the website, Love to Ride network. Also, I was chief executive of Cycling New Zealand, and so I have for those 2 reasons, I have a great love for cycling and cyclists, and I want to see it go well, and I think you're doing very well. You've done well over in Island Bay, and I like the way you've kept the corners safe for the cyclists, even though you haven't got the barriers all the way up the hill to Wadestown. I think you're doing extremely well there. However, it's a steep hill coming up from Churchill Drive. Very steep. When I was a boy, or younger than I am now anyway, I tried to cycle that. Well, the cycle just laid there, not doing anything. It is very steep. I now live on Blackbridge Road, and from my lounge and from my kitchen, I can see people go past. Very, very few cyclists. But here's the good news. There are going to be more electric bikes. And have you noticed how they become part of the traffic? No danger to the cyclists. Good point. Motorists also are more considerate about cyclists. Over the last 10 years, through work of people like yourselves, they've become much more considerate. They slow down, they don't toot, they don't care, they wait until there's a clear space to go past. It's good to see. However, the residents of Wadestown, and these two roads in particular, from Churchill Drive right up to the shops, and I take a morning walk every morning for the last 24 years up there. About 4 cyclists pass me. Not many. There have been a few more electric bikes coming. So I'm going to suggest that you don't continue with this wee bit of a folly for the time being. But I'd be happy to see you do a bit of safety stuff on some of the corners. I really would. But you don't need, it doesn't need to be all the way up, and you don't need to stop car parking. And my last point, which I think is very important, and I used to be head of a government agency which dealt with recreation, sport and leisure, and it's people need to keep in contact with each other as they grow older. And if you take away the parks, as is going to happen, and if you continue with this, I'll call it a folly for the time being, there's going to be a much diminishing in social contact that older people need from their cars. They get in their car, they go and visit their friends, and I see them visiting my neighbours, and some visit me, and it's good to see. So, any questions?
Are there any questions? Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I'm very interested in Blackbridge Road. Are you on the left side as you're going up the hill, or the right side?
I'm on the right side.
On the right side. So you're on the side without a footpath.
Yes.
And where there's a lot more driveways. I'm looking at the possibility of just having no stopping down that right side. How would that affect you?
Very badly. I need to get, I have a garden in front of my fence, and because the cars and the bikes come down that hill so fast, I park one of my cars there to do the garden. My visitors sometimes park there in front of my drive, in fact, which I'm happy with. And I did ask your people, could I have a picture of where the dotted lines will be? And they say, well, no, we can't tell you that because it hasn't been approved by council yet. And I wasn't all that pleased about that, because had I seen the dotted lines, I could have come to you with a little more information about what people think about it and what I think about it. So, not exactly a black mark, but a bit annoying.
Thank you, Bruce.
Great. Thank you. We
have come to the end of our time, but thank you very much for coming.
Cool. I'm happy.
And for the information you've given us.
I love to ride. Look it up.
I wrote it down. Thank you. Right, so we've got Emin Sweeney.
I'll just take a seat here, that's all right.
Yes, you may, of course. Yes, you don't have to start just yet. We'll
Okay.
wait. We can wait for the handout to
Good, sweet as.
be distributed.
Thank you.
And as I've been saying to everybody, it's 5 minutes, which does go by quite quickly.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for having me and allowing me to have a chat. I am intending to focus on the cycle lane on Blackbridge Road, and if I get a chance, a more general commentary on the cycle lane going up through Wadestown Road as well. You'll see on the printout that I've given you, there's a map of the planned cycleways that go around the area of Blackbridge Road, Wilton Road, Churchill Drive. One thing I've noticed in the discussion as I've been listening today is that there doesn't seem to be much mention of the fact that there's going to be a cycle lane on Blackbridge Road. There's also going to be a cycle lane on Wilton Road, and they both connect to Churchill Drive. And I wanted to understand the justification for even having a cycle lane on Blackbridge Road. So it appears that it was, I'm going to read from this, if that's okay. It appears that it was added as a secondary route as part of the feedback on the Our City Tomorrow engagement in late 2021. So it wasn't there in the beginning. The engagement document doesn't really give detail on who proposed it should be there, other than it becoming a recommendation. There's a diagram that says include Blackbridge Street rather than Blackbridge Road. So I, in my submission, asked questions. I was under the impression I could kind of ask questions and get a response from officers, but that might not be how this works. But I wanted to know how many people requested that Blackbridge Road was added as a cycle lane. Was there any analysis done of whether having Blackbridge Road there was needed in addition to having a cycle lane on Wilton Road that connects to Churchill, connects to Churchill Drive anyway? On top of that, I got some data from the council on the number of cyclists that ride up and down Blackbridge Road each day, and from what I could tell, it appeared to be 10 cyclists a day, though it was quite hard to figure out those numbers. So my view was, assuming it's about 10 cyclists a day, and there's a good alternative, which is an existing cycleway that goes up Churchill Drive and is going to connect to another cycleway, which is on Wilton Road. Why would you not encourage people to use that cycleway if one of the main aims of putting these cycleways in is to get new people into cycling? Because as the previous speaker mentioned, Blackbridge Road is not a very good road to cycle on. It's very steep, and particularly if you flip over the diagram I've given you to the other page, when you're entering from the bottom of Blackbridge Road, it's a steep road. The plan is to have all the cars that will want to park on Blackbridge Road parked on the opposite side of the road where you're entering that. You need to give way to traffic that is entering Blackbridge Road from Churchill Drive coming across. You'll also be having to decelerate from having to come down the hill into a tight hairpin. It's just not a very good entry into that road. On top of that, there's quite bad sun strike in the mornings when you ride up that road. There's a range of reasons, in my opinion anyway, that you probably could justify not having a cycleway on Blackbridge Road, given that you're going to have one on Wilton Road that connects to Churchill Drive, which has a cycle lane anyway. And yeah, that was really it, I think. I don't quite understand the reason why it needs to be there, and I'd be interested to see if councillors were able to get a valid justification from the officers about why it needs to be there over and above the available options that are also being planned to be built, given the impact it will have on people who live on Blackbridge Road, given that their parking will be removed, and then the parking on Wilton Road will be removed as well that they have an option for. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, so thank you for that, Eamon. Just out of interest, do you live on Blackbridge Road?
Oh, no, sorry, I don't.
Okay.
I live nearby. I do ride a bike to and from work, so I ride along the route that I'm suggesting is a viable route. I ride up Churchill Drive and I ride along Wilton Road and I ride along Wadestown Road into town and back. It's a very pleasant ride.
Can I just ask, this is a bit of an aside, but we've had a bit of feedback, conflicting feedback about this. How are you personally finding the new uphill cycleway on Wadestown Road?
It has its moments. It all depends on the drivers, unfortunately. It seems to be the thing. It's a good concept in a way, removing the parking, but people do go a lot faster. And because the cycleway isn't physically separated, people just cut corners anyway, really. Yeah, it's still very tight when there's two cars going up, even without a cycle bike there anyway, so yeah.
That's interesting feedback. Right, well, you've given us a bit to think about. We have actually run out of time, but thank you. And yeah, thank you for coming and thank you for this information, and the diagram is useful.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Right, I think that brings us to the end of our day. So I'm going to, I think we have to move in it, yes, so I'm going to move the motion. Ray, we're nearly done. We do have Ben online, but yeah. We're just about to move the motion that you can actually do your voting on. So I'm going to move the motion that this committee receives the information, that we hear the oral submitters and thank them for these submissions, which we, I believe, have done. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Ray. Is there any discussion? I don't feel the need to say anything. Yes, we do. 4 is a quorum. 5. And we have been online. But that's why we actually needed you here, really. Thank you. Right, so if everyone's happy, you do have something you'd like to say.
Yeah. I think, as you said, we need to thank our officers for their hard work and for the submitters. However, I would like to see what it looks like where we come together, not only going on site visiting, where we discuss some of the points that the notes that we took today, and before the report come back, and we can have some say even before the report is in, and then from there on, if we want any amendment as well. As a chair, I'm handing that to you to organize a meeting for us, and even if it's necessary to meet some of the residents again, and for you to take that leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Well, just in slight right of reply to that, thank you for that, Councillor Abdurrahman, and I actually do agree with you. I think we've heard a lot of very detailed feedback, so there's certainly a lot to digest from what we've heard today, and obviously also the written submissions which add to that. Yes, we will be having a site visit, and I think it would be really appropriate for us to be able to meet with officers following that, and perhaps ask some more questions ourselves and see where we want to go with it. I assure you that I'll be looking after that for you. So, if there's nothing else to be said, let's vote. And we're waiting, Ben. Right.
Typed yes in the chat. So.
Thank you. And that is passed, carried. And with that, I will read the closing karakia. Unahia, ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatu, koe rā e rongo, whakairia aki ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia.